us today because we've come from so far. And as we all aware, the Radical New Bar exists to create an informed civic space where various members of the public, legal practitioners, policymakers, journalists, civil society, and ordinary citizens can easily engage in matters, national questions through the lens, especially of the Constitution, the rule of law, and very importantly, democratic accountability. Our role as the Uganda Law Society under the leadership of the Radical New Bar is to follow the mandate that is given to us under Section 3C. Section 3C of the Uganda Law Society Act, which gives us the mandate to help the government, one, especially to deal with matters, rule of law, and advance and ensure access to justice in various aspects, including, among others, access to information. So tonight we gather not really to inflame any tensions, but to eliminate these matters that are arriving, not necessarily to divide, but to help deepen understanding and create awareness, especially in regard to constitutional matters, and encourage the informed society to realize their importance as far as being citizens are concerned. Tonight's discussion particularly comes at a very consequential moment in light of the recent weeks that have witnessed quite a number of events, day after another, weekend after another, that have generated widespread public debate concerning constitutional governance, civil liberties, media freedom, and the relationship between the citizens and the state, as well as the fourth estate, very importantly. These viewed obviously either individually or collectively, depending on which side of the line you're standing, have developed a lot of questions. And one very important question for us today is whether Uganda is remaining faithful to the constitutional promise that all public power shall be exercised according to the law. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very long schedule per se, but we are going to go by the following program so as to understand how to appreciate how the day is going to go. We are going to have welcome remarks we'll begin, of course, with an opening prayer from within ourselves. We shall have welcome remarks by the CEO of the Uganda Law Society, Ms. Christine Awori. Thereafter, we shall have opening remarks by the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, the most perpendicular, Mr. Anthony Asimwe. And thereafter, we shall delve into the topics that we have set forth for discussion, which shall be 3 topics in number. And thereafter, we shall go into an award issuing item that will be managed by the Rule of Law Department. And soon after, we shall have a vote of thanks and closing remarks. I would like to take this opportunity to request one of us on the call, Ms. Gwenny Patience, who is a Rule of Law officer as well in charge of research, to lead us in an opening prayer. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Lord, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. And we thank you for our distinguished guests that have accepted our invitation to join us in this discussion today. Lord, as we come together to convene, to discuss issues, to raise awareness, we pray that you may give us wisdom and guidance, and we pray that this meeting shall be a success. We pray this in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you so much for that prayer, Gwenny. We bless the name of the Lord for this far we are. We are sure that the Lord is with us, and for that reason, we are going to believe that the deliberations are going to be as formal as can be and very informational. So I would like to move forth and kindly request that the welcome remarks by the CEO be read out unto us, especially by the head rule of law, that is Miss Afra Appeal, who is going to read the remarks in the stead of the CEO. Miss Afra Appeal, may you kindly unmute.
Thank you, Robert. Our distinguished guests today, Honorable Wafulo Gutu, Mr. Galandi Todi Kire, the Uganda Law Society Governing Council, the ULA Secretariat Heads of Departments, colleagues and members of the Uganda Law Society, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Apio Afra, the head rule of law, and my chief task this morning is to read to you the CEO's opening remarks verbatim. I welcome you to another edition of the RNBLIVE Weekly Press and Public Engagement, our weekly platform for engaging in timely and topical issues concerning the rule of law, governance, the legal and future of our country. This morning, we begin with a discussion on the nation media siege, civil-military relations in Uganda. The recent closure of nation media groups' operations, including Daily Monitor and NTV Uganda, has sparked serious legal and constitutional questions about the right to press freedom and the rule of law. It has also reignited an important national conversation on the relationship between civilian institutions and the military in a constitutional democracy. We are privileged to be joined by a distinguished guest speaker who will give us more insights on that issue. Our second topic will be led by the ULA Secretariat team as we receive updates from the heads of department on the implementation of Executive Order number 11 of 2026, issued by the Uganda Law Society Governing Council. While physical operations at the Secretariat remain suspended, our commitment to serving members and the public remains steady. Today's presentations will demonstrate how our departments have adapted through remote working arrangements, maintained operational continuity, and continued delivering on our mandate with professionalism and resilience. Finally, we look ahead to TechFest 2026, the second edition of the RNB Digital Transformation Festival. Following the success of our inaugural festival last year, we are excited to share our vision for an even bigger and more impactful event. As technology continues to transform legal practice. Following the success of our inaugural festival last year, we're excited to share our vision for an even bigger and more impactful event as technology continues to transform legal practice, justice delivery, and public engagement. Thank you all for taking time to join us. We encourage you to actively participate throughout today's discussions by sharing your questions and comments on our digital platforms. With those remarks, I officially welcome you to today's RNBLIVE. I wish you a fruitful and impactful discussion. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Afra Appeal, for delivering those remarks, and we want to take them wholeheartedly from our mother in the building, that is Miss Christina Wari, who has always been as hospitable as we can realize. Thank you, Madam CEO. We know you should be following us online in as far as you're busy, but we appreciate and would like to thank you for laying the protocol and recognizing the members of the bar and all civil society members and everybody on the call, such that we can start the day. Without any further ado, as the CEO has brought out a few matters, or all the matters that are going to be discussed, of course, we'd just like to imagine what it's like over time, because the biggest question that we're going to be discussing today really is especially the rule of law, and whether we are having a rule of law or not merely having laws at all, especially when we're talking about ensuring that every person and every institution, regardless of status or power, remain subject to the Constitution. And very, very strikingly, at the heart of the Constitution in regard to freedom of the media, we have experienced so much in the past week regarding the closure of NMG and all the sister institutions or organizations that easily can shake a nation. And without so much background that is going to be left to our speaker, we have been blessed very, very critically by a very important person, a senior citizen in the country, who is a veteran politician in Uganda, whose political career started as a media politician very, very long ago in the 1970s. I dare say so many of us on this call were alive, and I would be very, very surprised if we have over a third of the people on this call present by the time our guest speaker's political career began, when he was an assistant for the weekly topic. He will tell us much more about this, because clearly we were not available, and we probably have to start to read backwards. From that time, he continued to be very active in media politics, and beyond that, he was able to run for parliament and became an MP, an honorable member of parliament for Bukoali County Central, a constituency in Bugiri district, Busoga sub-region, eastern region of Uganda, a role that he held from 2011 to 2016, in which now we can start to identify with him, because that is when, at least according to us, he was as vocal as we cannot forget. He doesn't need so much introduction. But yes, between 2011 and 2016, and thereafter, while he was a member of parliament, he was also a member of the Uganda's opposition party Forum for Democratic Change, for which he was the spokesperson. Exactly the reason we got to know a lot about him. And on 31st of January 2014, he was appointed the leader of opposition in parliament, where he also served in various parliamentary committees, including appointment committee, the business committee, and the Committee on Information and Communication Technology. But also, away from being in the parliament, part of his history is that in 1992, he co-founded the Daily Monitor and ran it as the chief editor until his retirement in 2004. So clearly we are speaking about somebody who is at the heart of issue number one, for which we do not need a lot more to hear from myself speaking, except to listen attentively and get into the deliberations in that regard. I would like to, ladies and gentlemen, in a very special way, introduce to you the Honorable Wafula Ogutu. You're most welcome, Honorable, to this topic discussion, and would like to request that you unmute your microphone and speak to the people out here who are very eager to listen to you, Honorable.
Wow, that's quite a bit. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You have able, I think, introduced me. Some of the things I even forget I had done them. But I'm really excited that I've been invited to this distinguished forum, and by you particularly, the lawyers, our lawyers, and more so the younger lawyers. I follow Kenyan politics a lot since the 80s, and we used to admire Kenyan lawyers. The Kenyan lawyers were very active in the second liberation of their country. They did a lot of work, the Mathakaruas of this world, the Muites and the Orengos, they are now old people, but they did a lot. They were revolutionary lawyers, I think. And so when we see what the Radical Bar is doing, we are excited, and we see some hope, because it is not going to be a task for just a few people, the opposition or journalists. It is going to be for everybody, right from the peasant to the industrialist and the professionals. Thank you very much for the invitation. And the discussion is civilian military relations in Uganda. I've been involved in what is going on since the 70s. I was one of the people who were involved with the 70s in Dar es Salaam. I was in exile. I was also involved in the organization of the Mosh Conference. Actually, I was the first treasurer of the Mosh Conference. I was a young man, but they trusted my integrity. And we came here, and I think that let us just fast forward and go to the Museveni government. I think Museveni was very smart. He sort of fooled Ugandans a lot, including myself, because he used to be my friend and we used to talk a lot, that actually he was a revolutionary. And he led a revolutionary group, and he went to fight. We helped him, of course. But he did not set up a revolutionary government when he came in. He set up a military establishment. But that would have been enough. Okay, it would have been okay, set up a military establishment and let it work. But he has gone ahead and set up a military establishment that is protected and whose interests are worked for by they work for the family. We basically now have an entrenched family rule, which has been built over a period of time. And everything my friend some 70 does has been to entrench that objective of his, that strategic plan of his, of having a family rule, or at least to be replaced by a family member, either for protection or for whatever. When we had the weekly topic, that's the paper I first edited, we were very opposed to the structure adjustment programs of some 70 with the World Bank and IMF. And of course, Mr. Museveni knew some of us were quite radical on that question of national question, the sovereignty question. And we operated there. First, he started by taking away all the owners of the paper to become ministers. Me, I was also offered, I refused to become. But eventually, we hounded out of the weekly topic because I was told to stay. I was kicked upstairs in the weekly topic and made to just to supervise, but not write, and never to move near editorial, but to work to be in charge of developing publications, which did a department which never existed, but I was made a director of. Eventually, after 2 weeks, I decided I was going to form a paper, which would allow people to talk as they want, as long as they are talking the truth and they are not talking sectarian things to do with religion or tribe or whatever, or race. And I went with a number of people who were my assistants. Unfortunately, it just so happened that majority of us who left our names had started with letter O. And the first paper that we did, we had also a headline. The first monitor had the headline of on Obote. And so we're then seen as Obote paper, UPC paper, and our names of O, Ogutu, Onya, Obo, those names did not help the situation of Uma. So they boxed us into being oppositionist or being Obote agent paper. But at the time we started the paper, there were no opposition, there were no political parties, there were no opposition political parties. Everybody was in the movement. And so many people had been boxed or bottled up in there. They don't talk freely. And so we started this paper which begins talking and allowing and questioning what Museveni is doing. We saw through his scheme quite early. And because we were questioning and there was no opposition, we're now seen as the opposition. The paper was seen as the opposition. So to the extent that after 1 year of existence, the paper was banned, not banned, government advertising and buying of the newspaper was imposed. A matter that was even discussed in the cabinet. So no MDA would give us an advert. And that went on for 3 years. And the government department not buy the paper. The idea was to strangle us economically so that we die. Because we're very oppositionist and articulate and believable. And the public was following. Actually, the public proved that by increasing sales or demands for the paper. So we depended on sales, selling the paper. But we overcome that one we overcame that of adverts, and we grew our numbers and even grew structurally till they banned themselves. I think Mr. Uganda was then is my old friend. He was then the minister. He came to visit me at the office, and I told him all my staff hated the government because they were trying to kill the paper and they lose their jobs. So what is happening today at the monitor NMG is it has been on because the monitor has refused to toe the line of helping Museveni to establish a family or a family rule. The government has used several things. Several approaches to endear themselves to government. Museveni, like I said, is a very strategic thinker. When he just came in, he had a media programs, and I was asked to be one of the people actually who started the program called Rebuilding Uganda. Rebuilding Uganda was a program on UBC. Many of you were not born in '86, and I was the producer of that. And interestingly, I wasn't. Whenever I invited the people to come, or whenever I asked them to bring me somebody who was going to interview, they never brought a civilian. They always brought military people. So for a long time, the military was the one influencing the thinking of Ugandans in the media. Later, he began holding editorial meeting with the editors, Artists 7, to persuade people Then he came with his consultation of elders, but always military. He began these classes of his of patriotic or training. It was all military. He has used the military in everything that they do, but he sees the military as the most efficient organ. And everything, all operations, if you see as appointed special operation people, advisors to him, unfortunately, these are just will be his family members. The current ones are his brother and his son. And they do special operations even in civilian matters. I'm laboring to say all these things because I want us to see that Museveni hasn't built a civilian government, he has built a military government. And you talk of rule of law. The rule of law to Museveni only works in as much as it doesn't interfere with his program of establishing a military machinery. The other day, his son was saying his father has told him to build a UPDF into a killing machinery or a killing machine. You don't say things like that lightly, and you don't take them lightly either. So the rule of law doesn't really matter. Just like Samson one time said, the constitution is just a piece of paper. Really, he practices that, but Ugandans never quite see, because he has all these things he brings in. Like people in the village these days, they are very excited about PDM. Those are schemes, pro-people schemes, the Museveni creates, and Uganda to persuade the citizens to appreciate his government. But Ugandans never notice or sit down to ask why is it that all these schemes are handled by the military, whether the creation by the military, PDM by the military, Kulembeka by the military, Miogane, all these things are sort of handled by the military, because Museveni is creating the military is something he can order, and he can use military rule, and he can achieve what you want. So when you lawyers want to evoke laws for him, rule of law, that rule of law is only as much as it can help him to do what he likes or to achieve what he likes. Not that you want to use the rule of law to control him. And now his son has come out very clearly also to tell you that he can't be summoned to parliament under the rule of law to go to any committee in the parliament. He's above that. The courts can't summon him because he's above that. And it's a military establishment, which I think that you lawyers should be looking at differently. And the fight should be to ensure that actually we have a real rule of law, and that the first people to obey the rule of law should be the president and his family, so that the others can see. But if they don't obey the law, then we should just accept that we have a military establishment, and we live under that. The other day I heard Dr. Besige, he was saying that Museveni, the way he's treating him, he would prefer that Besige, meaning Museveni brings a law of detention without trial, which was there before. It was there under Obote 1. And it was there under Obote 2 under rules of Kirunda, who used to work with the detention orders in his briefcase, and he was a drunkard. He would be in a bar and signs off a detention order for somebody. In Obote 2, I was here. I saw that. So this discussion this morning, I just want to ask you lawyers that you begin to look at the Museveni establishment as abnormal, and we need to correct it. It is not normal. The way he has managed the country, it's not normal. We just have to reflect more on our establishment, the monitor on our establishment and our situation. The NMG has had a lot of run-ins with the government. Museveni keeps on abusing the paper, his enemy paper. But sometimes I laugh because when I was at editor, he would call me very often, almost every other week. He would call and talk for hours. 1 week, 1 month, 1 hour he talks, and he invites you to his office or his home, and he talks for a long time. But he talks to you because he wants to persuade you to stop your hardline stance on his regime. He's persuading you to help him to build that establishment of his family rule, which we refuse. Then he would begin taking away people. He took away several of our staff. He took away Mayor Okrut, the late, may rest in peace. The late Onapito, rest in peace. Nabusa is there, Wanyama, Mwenda himself. He was taking them away from a paper he calls enemy paper. He says those things in the public so that he's trying to destroy this paper, which is followed by people. And but the idea is to weaken the paper, just to weaken it so that it dies. What they are doing, I heard yesterday that they got a new partner. I mean, my new partner, the shareholder, and they are talking to him. They could be asking, the things they're asking for could be impossible. That sack people once the monitor accepts that the government chooses for them the MD and the editors, that would be the end of the paper, because the monitor is built on being a forum for people to discuss issues freely and independently. But once people see that now the government is the one choosing calling the shots at the paper, it will totally undermine its independence and the confidence of the people. We have had some successes struggling against this government as monitor. You know that we have been fighting for media freedom, and the monitor was one establishment, one of the early papers which had this very young, enterprising, educated people. Previously, the journalists used to be senior 4 dropouts and senior 6. But here we were just people who were all having nice degrees and very, very, very strong in thinking. And we fought a lot to make it Article 41. Is it 41? Access to information. We really did that. We fought and we talked to meet people. We went bought lunch and tea for people in the CA to have that article included. We also, you remember, I know you lawyers, you keep referring to Charles Onyango Bo and Mwenda cases. Those cases were cases of monitor. And we are happy that we removed the false news item. We removed that. We also removed the sedition, because Museveni was using the sedition law to disturb journalists every day and then. After one time, even his wife sued the Uganda Confidential using the sedition law, and we went and challenged that it can't be. A wife of the president does not qualify to use that law. But now we removed it thanks to the strong stand of the NMG, that it was removed. We are happy about that. So I think that I'm just throwing all these things at you. You might ask questions, but I think that the media and the lawyers and the people who see a lot of things in the country should help our citizens to appreciate Uganda differently. Otherwise, we've been sleeping, and the Museveni has been entrenching family rule, and the family rule is here, and the space is being reduced. We are just lucky that we have the media we are using right now. I don't know that they can completely also close it off, but that's a little bit more difficult. But these other mainstream media, which they can invade and with the military, as they have always done, monitor. This is the fourth time they are invading it with the military, and they don't invade the monitor with the police. They don't send any letter there to say you have committed these crimes, we are coming. No, they invade it with the military, and the issues. Maybe I'll give some examples of the military here. One time, we did the story. We did the story which was given, and Andrew Mwenda is one who did that story. The son of the president was at Sandhurst, and he did some. He did, I think, a research paper with a friend here in Uganda, and after he wrote it, I think he gave it to the father, and the father wrote on it, instructing. He called it three, four generals in his office, and he talked to them about how the boy had done a very great idea, has great ideas on reforming the PDF, and he wrote on that document and gave it to the generals. We got a copy of that and did the story. And Museveni was so upset when Mayombo was then the military intelligence officer. Mwenda was upset, and he called Museveni called Mwenda and said, "Where did you get the story? This is lies. The story is lies." And Mwenda told him, "No, WAF has got a copy of that letter, that document." And where he wrote even yourself. He kept quiet. After some months, he came and closed the paper. He besieged the paper, and actually the first document we were looking for was exactly that. So that was the military and us. Then the seducer, also, which seducer letter on the Muhozi project, also that brought them to close the paper. Meaning, actually, the monitor has been seen as interfering with that Muhozi project from the word go. Indeed, in 1994 or 5, when Muhozi took his first soldiers to Kasenyi for training, it was us who did the story again. And I remember my friend Kategaya the late, he called me and said that story cannot be true. I went with the documentation to him, and he could not believe. But the idea at the time was Muhozi was to train his people, about 300 of them, and he would take them to give them jobs in various establishments across the country, and they would be talking good thing about Muhozi. The way they are doing right now, by the way, how the birthdays were, it's the same design which they have known at the moment, they have known for a long time. So what Monta is suffering is simply a revenge from Seven family and the boy, the General Muhozi, because they are trying to stop him. But they're trying to stop their scheme in the interest of Uganda, not because for anything else. They don't hate him. After one day, Muhozi came to visit me at the monitor, and he was with Mwenda. Mwenda brought him to me, and we had a conversation for almost 2 hours, to me and him. And Mwenda he brought him to me so that I can assess and help his friend to popularize him in the media. So it has been a scheme, and I don't know where it's going to end. If Museveni wins, it means the monitor they will have to give in and support that scheme. But I don't see how they are going to support that scheme, which I think is not good for Uganda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable WAF. Clearly, that is actually how we should start to call you. You're not the one that we always refer to you as.
By the way, Chairman, I don't really like the title Honorable, because there are very many honorables who are thieves and who are liars, and others who go in witchcraft. I don't know. I think WAF is enough for me.
All right, Waf, thank you for the correction. But of course, now as an elder and a parent of ours, it feels very, very hard to just refer to you as Waf. But on your insistence, we shall receive that guidance. And now that we also know where the word honorable is getting misplaced one of these days, according to some member of parliament who was called in parliament, he was saying in parliament, somebody said, "Wechitiwa." And then instead it was said, something like that.
Honorable Duru say that he's a very
Yes.
wonderful legislator. Yes.
Yeah. So for your
Thank
sake,
you.
we shall hold back from using honorable, but really just to offer our gratitude to WAF for this very, very, very internal and detailed history into exactly what he has been about, monitor and the history. Of course, he has given us real history from the 1970s, as we said. Not many of us on this call were available and present, but of course, this is the reason we have such mentors and senior citizens that interfere with, interplay with the politics and the realities of today. And judging by your interaction with the Kenyan politics, which you have, of course, also charged us to start to follow, because they are a little more advanced than we are in far as the rule of law and its practice is concerned. And also for us to hear that you are excited, you and your team are excited about the Radical New Bar and its efforts to advance the rule of law, of course, gives us a very warm heart, but also encourages us to realize that if you from 1970s is still here trying as much as possible to fight for the rule of law, then we should be encouraged enough to know that the fight is not yet over, only that we thought you would have prepared the road now onto tarmac, but clearly we seem to still be on Maram and some potholes for that matter. Thank you so much for the affirmation, really.
Okay,
Thank you for the thank you so much for the affirmation. And your history with the president of the Republic of Uganda is so deep that it comes from the Moshi Conference, which for us now we read as history, very, very old history for our appreciation. But it gives us a foundation to understand where we're coming from and the mind of the individual we are trying to underscore and have a way to work around with. But also maybe for the sake of those that are just joining us, and especially the senior advocates who we are seeing online who have joined us. Thank you so much once again for joining us. You have given us a history which requires to be looked into, because it triggers our minds. It triggers our minds, and we are looking at the initiation, especially, of course, of the monitor, which is the subject of discussion today. And the initiation of the letter O, the letter O names already speaks details about what is going on right now, because recently Mama Miriam Matembe, the charges that are levied against her have a lot to do with sectarianism, which of course now speaks into where this discrimination has been coming from. You have, Ogutu, as you said. We have Obo, Ouma. Of course, we might not know so much about Ouma, but at least Obo we've identified with, and that already began to tag you as opposition people. And yet, by that time, you're saying, of course, there was no opposition, which leaves a lot to be desired in as far as whether or not the introduction of opposition just recently was in good faith. If by that time of 1970s, 80s, those with letter O names were already being viewed as oppositionists, that of course also leaves us to think and ask ourselves whether these schemes that he had earlier on, you had said in form of programs, the strategic positioning of himself as far as how to rebuild Uganda, but still rebuilding Uganda using military people coming for interviews, and yet the military are a very, very small percentage that represent the country of Uganda, whereas you would have expected that there would be civilians helping to rebuild Uganda. And yet that strategy, as you had said as a producer, was already dumbfounding. And the reason why you continued to be looked at in bad light was because you were always astute and integral in what you did, until the newspaper began to make sense to you people on how best to show the evil that was unfolding, and the reality that for 3 years you were curtailed, your cells were curtailed by the government, not to move on, to be strangled, and the confidence that you received from the public for you to instead be sold out by the public understanding and appreciating exactly what you were about. And of course, you have mentioned something to do with the fight and the need for lawyers to be charged up and continue what we are doing, of course, now for us as the Radical New Bar under the leadership of Isaac K. Semakade, who is also following us, of course, and he's listening in to these words of affirmation that we are in best position to help the nation and the public understand that this is not just a one-time thing, being that this is the 4th time that the NMG, particularly the Monitor, has been invaded, especially by the military and not necessarily the police, in which we expect the CIDs to bring formally a matter to your attention, and that you can go be summoned and walk to the police and answer questions, and if even taken to court, it should be formal. But the fact that you're saying that it has always been on all these occasions, it has been invaded by the military, just shows how much entrenched the mind of the sitting president is in as far as using the military to advance his vision. And obviously now the very critical matter, which is now our thorn in the skin, is the sun. And that, of course, is now very key to what we are discussing, because as you know very well that he has been awash in the media on how he's managing this anomaly, the anomaly individually, not necessarily saying that he has maybe gotten intelligence from a certain sitting at the military to tell that this is the foundation of our suspicion. And clearly you've showed that it has been a project that has caused a lot of mayhem, including the Mwenda story, the Andrew Mwenda story, as you easily said, and how that paper leaked to you, and how the president, who you've actually also identified and said you've been in touch with very easily, because he's your friend, just for your friend to stab you in the back, for lack of a better word, for him to push you aside for doing what we as the lawyers, of course, are looking at as the right thing in trying to advance the rule of law. The General Sejusa letter, which at least for us, a few of us were alive, well, for you to know, we at least remember that project which was being fronted, and it caused a lot of confusion and a lot of anguish from the president, for which, as you've concluded here, really, you've identified it as a revenge for unleashing the truth, because you established what for me, have taken home as the talking paper, Monitor as the talking paper, because it is only through such kind of pen and paper that journalists are able to write. And if that law is being undermined, then it takes away the voice of the people. And of course, when we look deeper into what you have been giving us as the successes, that for us is something that we want to take home, because ultimately we identify you by the successes that have been registered, and nowhere else than the courts of law, in which the Andrew Mwenda and Charles Onyango Bo matter are household names, household citations in the courts of law, that no lawyer, beginning from year one to the Supreme Court, while in his or her practice, has ever failed to quote that case. And for you to identify it as a Monitor case, whereas it was not necessarily stated as a Monitor case, of course shows that you have been in the background doing a lot of work for us to to lean on your shoulders, whereas we try to advance the rule of law, especially that article that you have also said that you have been behind in trying to make sure that it is embedded in the constitution, because without it, we would not have this particular session as we are talking right now. It would be very far-fetched for us to have this conversation, albeit it is now digital. In the beginning, it was pen and paper as far as reaching out is concerned. So we are very, very honored to have listened to a very senior citizen. Wow, for you to know you are followed by the whole world. In Uganda, we hold you in very high regard, and listening to you for us is, as you know, a lecture for us to take home and learn and even teach the young lawyers, as you've said, because you've left us with a very, very big charge for us to ensure that we do not stop the fight. We have very senior lawyers on this call as well. I can easily see senior lawyer, senior advocate Alex Resida. Thank you so much for joining us, and we shall continue to recognize all the others that are joining us, because it is by the presence of these senior advocates that we are encouraged to appreciate
So
that
Alex,
what you're discussing with us is not a walk in the park. Yes.
Chairman, is Alex there? Alex Resida is one of the one of the lawyers who helped us remove that false news law and the law of sedition. Him and
oh yes. Oh yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Senior advocate Alex Resida is on this line as well. He has been listening in to you from the time you began. But of course, as you know, he's a quiet man whose works speak more.
I know, you're right, man. Great, thank you, Alex. I greet you, sir.
Uncle Alex, thank you. He's also a friend of the Radical New Bar. He's a very, very big proponent of the things that we keep doing here. He has supported us through the journey. He has held our hand, and he has continued to advise us where called upon, including participating in such very critical discussions. So, Waf, thank you so much once again for this opportunity to listen in, to guide us and take us through these discussions. And we are going to request that you continue to hang in there with us, because the nature of this conversation is raising critical conversations that need to be discussed as a whole on a given day. So we, as the CEO read out unto us her remarks, we have 3 topics, and the topics are really intertwined into this very topic that we are discussing, because it is really about the rule of law and how we can together forge a synergy to ensure that we are not either taken for granted or we're not taken out. Because if, for example, the monitor is taken out by way of entrenching a rule to identify on their own the MD and the critical officers for the paper, that in essence is supposed to mean that it won't be as opinionated and authentic and neutral as you guys have been doing for so long. That also speaks into what is happening in Parliament. Waf, you have obviously been there enough to know that this most recent private members bill by Honorable Namara Dennis, in quest to have the government choose the LOP, has just left us dumbfounded. Honorable Namara is not the oldest of people on this earth to have noticed what happened in the Obote 2, as you've said, in the early 90s. A government that had no opposition was isolated in making decisions which ceased to be democratic, and yet they were rather said to be decree or dictatorial. So these things are what keep us awake. These are things that keep our president, Isaac K. Semakade, awake, sleepless nights, and trying as much as possible to rally us together to ensure that we don't drop the ball. Otherwise, we shall be judged very adversely by posterity for having had the opportunity to listen in to such people like you and get mentored and ensure that those after us, having relied on your shoulders and leaned on your shoulders, will have an opportunity to appreciate a better and freer world in this Uganda. So, WAF, we don't have very many words to say thank you, apart from appreciate with gratitude and a very full heart your time with us. We request for you to continue to be with us, because we are also easily getting questions that are flowing in. But for the sake of continuity, we would like for you to remain a little bit with us, so that we compose the questions that keep coming in, so we can have a question and answer session a little after the show is about. Three issues have been discussed, so we can have a question and answer session hereafter. I hope that is well with you.
Yes, sir. Good. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you so much for this opportunity. As you have heard from the horse's mouth, it is not in my position to speak deeper than he has spoken. He has given it to us full swing, and it is for us to reflect and ensure that we do not miss the words, beginning from the historic perspective to the mid-time between the 1970s and the 1990s to the early 2000s, to what is happening in reality. You can easily attach those three periods of time to one kind of mind, which of course is to continue entrenching the military in the governance of a democracy, which speaks completely away from what the tenets of democracy are all about, and none other than the Uganda Law Society that is more concerned, not that the others are not, but we have stood tall and are continuing to ensure that we do not drop the ball in as far as bringing these items to the fore as concerned. And of course, that leaves us with another option to continue listening in and training each other on how better to help the members of the society and also the members of the public, owing from our mandate as the Uganda Law Society in Section 3 to ensure that access to justice is given full attention. We want to thank the Radical Nuba for the continued leadership. I would like to easily move into the second item of discussion, which of course is also another pinch into the operations of the Uganda Law Society, in which the leadership at the Secretariat was eventually asked through a very coordinated and deep thought council leadership position to work remotely. There was an executive order that was written out and signed off by the council leadership, and they gave reasons for exactly why the Secretariat at the headquarters was asked differently to operate from home for reasons that are related to security. And we would like, of course, to get a feel of how this was supposed to turn out, and whether it was a right decision or whether a right call, and especially by way of listening into the heads of department who are supposed to be the ones to implement the executive order number 11 of 2026 through its heads of departments. We want to listen into the various individuals that are charged with leading the Secretariat in various aspects. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to see how the implementation of this EO 11 by the department heads has been felt, or on how it has been done, and whether, of course, the challenges or not, and the successes and the way forward as we continue to identify with the common man who is entitled as a citizen to the rule of law in its entirety. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome the head of department, professional development and members affairs, Ms. Doreen Atukunda, who, of course, in her own stage and leadership wisdom, is going to brief us and speak to us about how her department particularly has been able to implement this order. I would like to know whether Ms. Doreen Atukunda is online and can hear us and can easily mute her microphone so that we can listen into her. I thank you. Ms.
Thank you
Doreen.
so much. Yes, thank you so much, Dora, for this wonderful introduction. And yes, you have clearly stated everything that we are working on following the executive order number 11 of 2026. My name is Dorina Tunda, and I head the Members Affairs Department. I work together with Mr. Simon Mtekeka, who is now the head of professional development and professional development, sorry. And right now we're actually conducting the CLE training on insolvency. So I'm going to be speaking also on his behalf. And yes, I take this opportunity to thank the Executive Council, led by our President, Isaac Simakade, Senior Counsel, and I also thank our CEO, Madam Christina Ward, for this wonderful opportunity. So I'll delve directly now into what we are doing following the executive order, as Robert clearly stated. As a department, we are operating remotely. That doesn't mean that we are out of operation. We are working, and yes, we are assisting our members and the public, like you clearly mentioned. And these are the steps or the ways in which we are now working remotely. Going ahead with registration of new members via our ULS website. And the requirements for you to join the bar now have been simplified. All you have to do is, present or attach your enrollment certificate, a certified copy, and a passport size photo. Then we will have to onboard you onto the ULS portal. So if you go to the ULS website, you will, be able to see that there's member logins, and then you register for membership. You fill in the details as per the given fields in the registration, that field. So that we are doing remotely. Those who have challenges are able to call in, and we're able to guide them as well and take them, through the various steps. And that is very good. It's going on. Once they make their payments, we're able to notify the accounts department as well, that they are able to their e-receipts. So at least the department is not, down. We are working. We are also onboarding other members who have changes in the portal. Just a few minutes ago, a member had changed their law firm, and we were able to do all that. We guided him through, and he was able to see that directly, and he was happy. The feedback was positive. We thank the membership. So also through that, instead of coming directly to the ULS, we have different payment platforms, and these have simplified also our way of working. The school pay system, once you have your payment code, each member has been designated a unique payment code. That is for you. Anytime you're making any payment with the Uganda Law Society, either subscription or CLE trainings, that also simplifies our work on our end. We're able to see in real time once you have made the payment. Like this morning, members, paying for the insolvency training that is ongoing are able to pay. We're able to see in real time and be able to approve their registration. So that is also working for us. So we also have bank accounts. Our members who are not able to, do the school pay method are able to also deposit the payments through the various bank accounts, which are also provided. We have DFC, we have Stanbic, we have Standard Chartered. So the accounts department, I guess the head finance will also be able to speak about that. We're also issuing the digital receipts, like I said, for members who have paid. And then those who are looking for their IDs, yes, there's somebody who is working remotely or, in the office. So once they make the payments, we're able to issue them with the form, and then they're able to go and process their IDs, and then we can later certify. Like I've said, on behalf of the professional development, the insolvency training, which is ongoing, and we have over 150 advocates who are in attendance, which is a success, I should say. We thank the membership, everyone who is online and participating. Yes, we are also awarding CLE points. After every training, we're able to generate the list of all the participants who have, been part of it, and these points are awarded. So a member is also able to see on their end that their points have been accredited. If they visit the portal, they're able to see that. And then those who are not able to and get challenges here and there, yes, they contact us immediately and we do the necessary assistance. We also work together with the Benevolent Fund, ULS Healthcare and Benevolent Fund. Members who are, grieving, we mourn with our members, those who have lost their dear ones. Yeah, like you see, normally we send out the death announcements. We're able to, we come, for church service or the burial. We have successfully integrated the ULS payments in the portal right now. When you visit our portal, advocates have been able to make payments through the portal, and these payments can be seen in real time, like I've said, and the receipts are also issued. The ULS fee structure, because yes, we've entered the second half of the year, but there are members who are still asking, are we still paying for the ULS house? Are we still paying for the Benevolent Fund? The Uganda Law Society, as you're renewing your membership or a new member is joining and paying, what we have is your ULS subscription fee, which is 500,000. Now we have different categories or different tiers of members, those who are above 10 years in practice, those between 5 and below 10 years, then those who are below 5 years in practice. So there are different fee structures, but briefly, I can just mention the ULS subscription fee is 500,000 for those who are above 10 years, and then those below 10 years are also paying 500,000. Then the young lawyers are also paying 500,000. So that fee is standard. The contribution towards the ULS house is where we have the variances. Those who are above 10 years towards the ULS house, they still contribute 500,000 Uganda shillings. Then those below 10 years contribute a fee of 250,000 Uganda shillings. Those below 5 years in practice contribute a fee of 100,000 Uganda shillings. We are able to tell in the system that yes, now you have hit this, you are above 10 years, now you're above 5 years. So in the system, we're able to track everybody who is making their payments. And for those who make payments which are below, we are able to tell, and we call up the member and tell them, yes, you paid your subscription, thank you. But now you've crossed that, now you're in this category, please pop up that balance, and the receipts are issued. We have the ULS Benevolent Fund contribution now for each member, that's on the flat fee of 75,000 Uganda shillings. East Africa Law Society annual subscription is $20. Now for us here at the Uganda Law Society, we have, equivalent, we take 85,000 Uganda shillings. So in total, for a person who is above 10 years and above in practice, the total amount that they pay, all inclusive ULS house subscription, the Benevolent Fund, and East Africa, the total is 1,160,000 Uganda shillings. For a member below 10 years, the total is 910,000 Uganda shillings. And for a member who is below 5 years, the total amount is 760,000 Uganda shillings. For a new member, what is added is the ID fee, the ULS ID, which is 20,000 Uganda shillings. So for a new member, the total will be 780,000 Uganda shillings. So yes, that's what I'm talking about, the fees. For our CLE trainings, definitely those also, they vary. There are those of 2 days, there are those of 1 day, even those for free. Some that you've forgotten, we do also conduct trainings which are free of charge. And those we look out for also our members who are not able to afford these other trainings. So it's not like we've completely forgotten. There are those which are for free of charge. So as well, we have enhanced our member communication, that is through our emails. Now the challenge is most of our members say we don't receive our emails, we don't receive the ULS emails, and then we help them. We send out communications and we communicate. We're able to see also in real time on our end through the IT department. I think we'll also speak about it. Somebody the other week was, complaining and saying, no, I no longer receive emails. Then I went to the IT head. I had a chat with him, and he was able to open up and show me, and he showed me that yes, this is the email, and you can see that 94% of the emails that have been sent out, this person has read. Then I was able to call back the member. I was like, but the system here shows that you have actually received and read the emails that have gone out. So that is also helping those who are not able to still get in touch with us, and we are able to help. They make phone calls, others previously have been walking in, and we're able to take them step by step and show them this is how you do it. Sometimes you find that the emails, instead of coming directly into your inbox, they are in your spam emails. So we do check through a member so that they appreciate the whole system and they are able to get back on track with the emails. So through our different WhatsApp groups, we do communicate, and our channel, X handle, LinkedIn, Instagram, and also the SMSs. So in conclusion, yes, that's how the department is working. And in case of any challenges from our members, like again, I said, my name is Dorina Tukunda. Anyone can reach me. My number is 07745900680. I work together with Simon Tegeka, like I mentioned earlier, and Simon Tegeka can be reached via 07876531221. We also have Miss Margaret Bavidias, who is on 0706317017, and Madame Musangom Julie on 07838097766. So you can reach us in case of any challenges, you need any assistance, you need any help. We are here to help. And thank you so much for your time, Julia. Thank you. I hand over back to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much very, very, very deeply to Miss Atkunda Doreen, who is the head of department, as she has ably described herself, for the tremendous work that you are doing as the department, which of course is also at the heart of the members affairs and issues. Clearly, from what you have seen, those that of course are online with us, this is a very, very critical department in the society, and their efficiency is enabling us to do so much. You have realized, like as we said, Mr. Ntegeka is currently conducting a CLE training, which we all know the importance. The reason Ms. Doreen Atkunda has been representing the department on her own, otherwise they should have been here together. But yes, 150 advocates already online benefiting so much from the training, which says so much about the department. We thank you for the work that you're doing, and all the other information that she has shared is also within the purview of the members in regards to the school pay system, which has been an ongoing effort from easily the few previous governments to ease the work of the members, but very much come alive when the Radical New Bar has been here, because it has gone to another level as we are trying as much as possible through the leadership of Isaac K. Semaka, the Senior Counsel, to ensure digital transformation is put at the fore. Yes, we want to thank you for the information. This is information that very many members are benefiting from, even when it is sent easily to their emails. We don't want to take it lightly that this they need an update every now and then, because we are living in a very fast world. So the aspects of the bank account method that has easily been introduced, the digital receipts, and the benevolent fund, which is also an issue that is being discussed by the society on how to do any better. Thank you for the information about the payments that are due from the members as far as their dues are concerned, in regard to access to their practicing certificates and how they can climb that ladder towards getting to get their certificates of practice, and especially, and also the enhanced communication. I thank you so much for the opportunity to share that information. Members are very, very interested in that information, because not all of them get time to come here and to come to the society headquarters. So yes, would like to thank you very much. We would like, as we had said, the question and answer session will come later. For now, we are going to run into the next head of department, so that we are able to listen into majority of them online. So our next head of department to speak to us is Miss Sheila Turia Singura, who's the head of the Legal Aid Project, in as far as the implementation of the Executive Order number 11/2026 by the heads of department is concerned. I would like to kindly know if Ms. Sheila Turia Singura can hear us so that we can weigh in by you unmuting your microphone, please.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, I can hear you. I am using Christina Warri's gadget, our CEO.
Most obliged.
Yes. Can I proceed?
Yes, ma'am, you're very loud and clear. Kindly proceed.
All right. Thank you again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to us. For the Legal Aid Project, we remain fully operational. We are doing our business as usual, both here at the Secretariat and at our legal aid clinics that are spread across the country. This really is by virtue of the nature of the interventions that we do, as well as the nature of clients that we serve, who are the indigent, vulnerable, and marginalized. We wouldn't want to hinder their access to justice. We wouldn't want to make it difficult for them to be able to access legal aid services when they need them. And so the council deemed it fit that for us as Legal Aid Project, we continue with our business as usual so that we can be able to support and fight really for access to justice and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very briefly, of course, the department that, if not, deals with the most people in the country, because this department is cutting across 22 different clinics. So for Ms. Sheila Singura to break it down for us in this way really says a lot about what you and your colleagues are doing. And of course, we know that there are very many other people that are listening in to us from the different parts of the country. But this being a head office item, we specifically just wanted to appreciate the work that you're doing in as far as having to ensure that this this order is implemented to the fullest. Thank you so much. We'd like to move forth to the next equally important head of department who is going to speak to us matters finance and administration. I would like to know if our very own, very critical department at the society, not taking anything away from all the others. This is the Finance and Administration Department headed by Mr. James Akena. I would like to kindly know if you are able to hear us and easily unmute your microphone and speak to the members. We usually call him Uncle James. Uncle James, are you able to hear us? Are you there? Uncle James, if we don't have Uncle James for now, I don't know if it should be a technical glitch for reasons that are yet going to be identified. I would like to request Adam, Mr. Adam Nwamanya, if you're there, you could kindly help me coordinate and check on Uncle James so that we can easily move on fast to the next presenter for purposes of continuity. And if it's well, I would like to proceed to another very core department at the society, at the headquarters, which deals with all the individuals. And that is none other than the Human Resource Department, which is headed by a very astute leader in Miss Christine Abwaka. I would like to kindly know if you are able to hear us so that you can easily unmute your microphone and speak to us. IT, I don't know, Uncle Ken, are you with us? Are we having a challenge? with these individuals? Is it possible that we can identify the challenge that is being faced by these individuals? We had a very easy run through Ms. Doreen Atkunda and Ms. Sheila Tria Singura. I hope it's not anything that is very, very hard for us to get hold of them. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have a few more people to speak to us, and I would like to know whether we have with us in this call Mr. Adam Nwamanya as the head of communications. This is an awardee of the Radical New Bar, and he needs no introduction, at least for those that are members of the Uganda Law Society, because he is the head of communications and he is the one through whom we easily access information to do with matters Uganda Law Society. So I would like to know, Mr. Adam Nwamanya, are you able to hear us as we look out to sort issues technical with Mr. James Akena and Ms. Christine Abwaka? Adam, are you over there?
Yes, Robert, may I know if I'm clearly heard?
Yes, Adam, you're very loud and clear. I would like to request you to proceed and speak to us.
Wow. Thank you so much, Robert, for that kind introduction and for always recognizing my award. When you're recognizing it, we usually smile. Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, the Radical New Bar Governing Council, led by our most perpendicular Radical New Bar Vice President, President Isaac Semakade and Vice President Anthony Asimwe, and the top management, I welcome you to this engagement, the 22nd edition of RNBLIVE, the press and public engagement with the Radical New Bar. As per the executive order, RNB number 11 of 2026, I would like to be categorically clear that we are operating remotely as the executive order guided, and we are making, particularly in the comms department, largely we are making strides. Our department, Mr. President, first of all, I want to thank you. I run this department with a very beautiful lady, Stella Nanozi. I can see she's online, and she is currently holding fort in the section of legal aid. There have been some legal aid trainings and which one is it? And orientations. Yeah, I get it. And she has been the one crafting those stories that we usually publish on our legal aid page of X. Ladies and gentlemen, since the executive, I think for us, our snipe activity, our remote activity did not kick off with the executive order, but it kicked off, I think, pre the executive order, most likely when the ULS House, when the president pronounced a temporary closure of the ULS House pending the lawyers' strike, and then eventually to this, the foreseeing or the sensing or thinking aloud about the scourge that would befall us. And then he pronounced, the executive order pronounced the temporary closure of the ULS House. Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that the comms department has tabs on ground. We have done effective mobilization of media, and we have done media audit. Mr. President, if you can remember, and others who attended the X space of one of the X spaces that we did on the mic is yours. That's how we called it. We wanted to hear the public's, opinions and what's their conception of the ongoing developments that we are doing. We gave out the impact of the lawyers' strike from 3 niche media houses showing impact. For us, the communications department, we believe in impact, and we always want our members, who are our basic audience before any other audience. Our members are our basic audience. They're the ones whom we are largely accountable for. We always want them to see the impact, and we played those stories for the whole world. And there is this quote, the name has escaped, where litigants were stranded. We have our council members who exemplified themselves, and we also dispatched that content. We have our most perpendicular honorable secretary acting, and we have our most perpendicular council representative central, who exemplified themselves and visited what the marching orders prescribed, and the litigants who got stranded on courts everywhere. Nation media, NTV, by then it was not yet closed. NBS, it was on. Bouquet Day, every media house, the print, the online bloggers, they all showed, they all headlined the impact of that strike. Now this one bringing us to the executive order. We have done a lot of media mobilization to ascertain the impact of that, and we have held press briefings. For example, we have highlighted, or we have publicized the different visits that our Radical New Bar Governing Council has done, especially to the current victims of the ongoing impunity that is somehow, somewhere, the trigger of why we decided to make a temporary closure. Our council went to Engineer Nikemia Matembe, and it made various visits there, and we even held a press conference there. And that press conference was in the press. There was very limited access, and what the communications department had to do, we dispatched the content. We dispatched the content of that, and media houses were using our content. They were using our words. We made sure we diffused that. The X Spaces, currently we are doing a series of X Spaces dubbed A Fearless Bar. What next for A Fearless Bar? And we have so far completed 3 episodes. The first episode was Silence of the Seniors, Barriers to a Fearless Radical New Bar. The guest was the Nigerian Lodon and senior lawyer Chidi Ondikalu, and they were hosted by Youth Lens Africa. The Radical New Bar Communications Department is always there to help, to guide some of these kids who, like law students, who are not very much conversant with who are not that much conversant with the modalities of the digital transformation. Yes, guys, apologies. Aine, come and guide this boy. Yes, sorry. We try when these guys host. In most cases, we are the co-hosts. For example, last night something happened, a problem, and ULS, we were very quick to come and chip in and be the host. So we are the ones who are steering the discussion with the guidance of our Radical New Bar president. He prepared for us a very nice script guide, which we follow, and we coordinate with these people who are the hosts to dispatch the information.
Recording in progress.
Then that was followed by another space, Radical Responses to Politically Moved Persecutions, that was hosted by Rexara. Yes, Drew, am I heard?
Yes, you heard. Please proceed.
Okay. Yes, that was followed by a next space, Radical Responses to Politically Moved Persecutions, hosted by Rexara. That is former Judicial Sound exponent. And we were very blessed to have an August visit as a guest speaker, that is Director, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, Madame Belinda Chinowawa. She gave very touching, very sensational submissions regarding the persecution of this country. I think she gave us a juxtaposition of what takes place in, because being in human rights, members, people who attended the space were fully fed that juxtaposition of how things are in Uganda and then how things are in their land and what should Africa do. And then that was followed by yesterday, last night, much as we had a few, you take him there. Yes, much as we had a few technical glitches here and there, but we had another hot discussion on pursuing accountability beyond borders that was supposed to be hosted by Uganda Law Students Association, and our guest was our CEO of PAL, PALU. PALU is you know what is PALU? It has escaped. Pan-African Lawyers Association. Yes. He gave us a very sensational submission. He talked about cross-border practice amidst military rule. That is CEO Mr. Don Dare last night, and the space ended at at around 10:52 minutes there. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is so far where we have reached, and today we decided not to have the spaces to respect what we are doing right now, our weekly submission of or engagement of the RNB Live, and in the evening, of course, we have the Children of Tech Fest, which our inaugural chairperson, Mr. Tony Garland, is going to launch right now. But we have the Children of Tech Fest. Among those Children of Tech Fest, we have these legal tech dialogues, which we usually assist every Thursday. And then we also have this PM Law Hub. Those are Children of Tech Fest, and some very many others which came up. And I think the one of Dr. Paul Muchibi, of Senior Counsel Paul Muchibi, recently scooped a Continental Award. So we are very happy for that. We support them when they call, and usually Thursday we usually support this of Mr. Tony Galandi. So the working under remote test is still ongoing. If there is any breach in the law that requires our counsel, the comms department is there to help. And of course, my partner Stella Nanos, she's also very active in the matters pertaining currently legal aid. She's holding 40 NEET. She's giving the updates. For example, the staff of the new projects that are being oriented, that are being, she makes sure that she sends in the work, she sends in updates, and then we disperse to our socials and our main lines of communication. X is largely our main line of communication. We recently hit a record 100,000 follower number, which was my dream in the 2 years so far that I have spent at the Buzz helm of communication. That was the target we had, and I am very glad we have. So right now it's X makes it that when you reach a certain number of the following, you can you dash in a tweet or you dash in a post, and it quickly gains views. Now, if we are able to post anything within 5 minutes, it has already clocked 1,000, and we thank the God for that, and also the support that we get from our Radical Nuba Governing Council. We also largely post our content on X, but the website gives us authority, and all the ongoings that have been happening with the help of IT, Ken, Sam, and the president's guidance, we make sure our website is very much up to date. And I am very, very, very grateful to the recent level up guidance that I got from my Radical Nuba president with my partner Stella. he really tried to put us online and things regarding authenticity of information, and especially information which is important to our members, and how we can keep it and where to keep it, and the authenticity of having our website always up to date with our events. If I have forgotten anything, maybe at a point of time, Stella, you can inbox me and you let me know and I add it. But so far, that is where we have reached. So we are in remote. For me, my sleeping time, I cannot tell it anytime. Even at also when you add their World Cup. Mr. Jirua, congratulations on becoming the president. You didn't inform us that we currently have 2 presidents on the call. I can see the brand, but you also deserve it, because now you have also said I'm the Torchbearer Award winner. So thanks, Mr. President of Rotary Club. Somewhere I have forgotten, but so far so good. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what the communications department has been able to do with guidance with the Executive Order RNB number 11 of 2026. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Adam Nwamanya, the man behind the communication of the Uganda Law Society, a torchbearer and an award winner who is very eloquent and unequivocal with the work that he's doing. You can clearly see that the Uganda Law Society for the past 2 years under the leadership of the communications head, Adam Nwamanya, has been another thing altogether. There's nobody now who doesn't know the Uganda Law Society. Of course, we cannot separate him from the Radical New Bar leadership and the council under the guidance of Isaac K. Semakade Senior Council. But of course, the man behind all that information sharing is Adam Nwamanya, who has informed us, among us very many other things, of the record followers of 100,000. And if that is anything to go by, then it means we are not a mean feat. And we want to thank you and the department colleagues in there, that especially is Miss Stella Nanozi, who also cannot be done away with because she is responsible for the information shared regarding the legal aid project, but also in as far as the matters concerning taking pictures and featuring them as and when these matters and events are unfolding. We really appreciate your work, and clearly you have explained how you are implementing the EO11, and we want to thank you for not dropping the mic.
Yes, Robert. Before you go off, I will not go minus noting that yesterday's publicity of Dr. Miriam Matembe's case by the Radical New Bar, it was so paramount, and it was so great. The Radical New Bar Governing Council and Section 3C team of lawyers comprising our Radical New Bar. You usually hear him say he's the Attorney General of the Radical New Bar, that is Council Advocate Stephen Karari. And we also had our Section 3C Queen, one of the Section 3C Queens, that is Advocate Lillian Drabo. These people and our Radical New Bar Governing Vice President and the Treasurer was also part of them, and various many other members. These people stand still. I mean, they stood still on the where that magistrate's court, Ruzira. Yes, these people spent there, and immediately bail was, because that the bail ruling was preferred 2 times, 1 hour, then I think another 1.5 hours, and we always we made sure that we are keeping members in the know about these people's role. And I think, I don't know, but most likely I think the Radical New Bar president was also in a guidance. At times he would just make a phone call. He say, I would like to speak with this, I would like to speak with that, and then he offers guidance. So really, online and everywhere, we have an enormous credit about the Matembe issue, and that is, of course, given by the update that has been given by us, the Comms Department. And then finally, which I'm also not, because I think this record will go in the books of history, this recording, is that it is the previous weeks when we got a record view of our tweet of when Honorable Martha Karua was denied entry. I think we were the people we were the people who broke the news, and all the media houses. What stunned me was that all international media houses, including the KTNs, some of them gave us phone calls. Me, largely, I received a call from Citizen TV, and they wanted me to speak. Then I told them, no, me, I'm doing communications, but there is someone largely to have that mandate to speak, and that is our Radical Nuba president or the vice president. And I was able to share with them the contacts. I don't know whether they called them, but I believe they called them. But international media and whatever, they were referring to our X handle to look at they were quoting us, and whenever they would even be posting those talking pictures that we posted, they would give us a courtesy. And on that day, there was that trend. On X, there is that part where there is trend. X is so much an influential line that government entities and government sector players, most of them, they have accounts there. So whenever you're passing a communication and you tag them, they quickly see that all their comms officers are able to give them the reports, and they are able to answer back. I was very glad with when Mhozi Kainerugaba quoted one of the stories that were about us, and I think we screenshot it and we showed it when PFF came to our ULS house. So Mr. President and the members and the heads of department, the comms department, we shall continue doing our best behind this remoteness, and we emphasize the visibility of the ULS. I thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Adam, for that continued detail of what we are about. And clearly, as it began, as the government of the Radical Nuba began, that was one of the tenets: digital transformation and presence, and especially what you spoke about in as far as having an impact on the members first, whereas we are charged with the mandate to address the matters touching the public. The members of the Ugandan Society who actually give us that mandate by way of voting the governing council are one of our core interests. And so for you to easily give this report speaks so much into what is going on, and we appreciate with every bit of our energies the work that you do with Stella, who of course we have spoken about earlier on. Would like just to ask that you continue with what you're doing, because the president, of course, in awarding you torchbearer, clearly expressed his gratitude, happiness, and warm heart about the efforts that you do. Yes, thank you. Maybe for your information, Adam, as you said, I recently, yesterday, took the helm of leading the Rotary Club of Chadondo Rugby, that is in far as the advancement of rugby in Rotary is concerned. Those are some of the things that we do away from here, but also under the guidance, of course, of the leadership of Isaac K. Semaka, the Senior Council, that has asked us to, as much as possible, go out there and influence the world. One of the paths that I took is participating in the Rotary activities. So yes, I stand as the president of the Rotary Club of Chadondo Rugby, and hope we can easily impact the world with the training that we get from the governing council. Thank you so much, Adam, for the work, and we continue to thank you and Stella for your part of the role that you play in as far as implementing the EO 11 is concerned. We would like to move forth into the next speaker for purposes of continuity and running through. We would like to understand from the IT department on how this executive order is being implemented from the perspective of the ICT department. And we have Mr. Kenneth Nsiko, who is here with us. He is also going to be telling us one reason or another as to why we're not able to get the head of finance and administration and the head of human resources, who we are yet to hear from. But as of now, I would like to welcome in a very special way the head of ICT at the Uganda Law Society, Mr. Kenneth Nsiko.
Thank you so much, Robert. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Kenneth, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being the MC of the RNBLIVE for this long. You've made it interesting and lovely. Thank you so much, Robert, and thank you for the introduction.
Can Mr. President said that he's called the convener, not an MC.
The convener of RNBLIVE. Thank you so much. Interesting. So, first of all, I just want to thank the RNB Governing Council, led by Senior Counsel Isaac Kese Makade, the Vice President, and the Council members. First of all, for the opportunity to serve in the organization, but also to lead the organization to digital transformation. You are all aware that they came with the notion of the 4 Ds, and digital transformation is one of the 4 Ds. Now, Robert and colleagues on the call, you realize that after the executive order number 11 that stipulated or that suspended the physical operations of the Uganda Law Society, the only alternative that we are left with, or that we were left with, is to actually go digital. Yeah. Okay. Robert, kindly allow me to just switch off my video for now.
It is well.
Yes. Yeah. So the only alternative that we were left with is to go digital, and you realize that the department that holds all this together is the IT department that I serve in as the head of department. We are 2 in the department with a colleague called Samuel Moboti, who is actually now away supporting the rest of the council activities. Yeah, but in light of that, for my colleagues that have presented, you realize that we provide this support for all of them in order to for them to do their operations remotely. Allow me to just share something. I have just 4 slides. Don't worry, Robert. And they won't take much of your time.
No, it is well. Please proceed.
Yes. So these are highlights of some of, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can, sir.
Yeah. So to our members, these are some of the things that we identified that you actually, the services that you usually come for, or that make you walk to the ULS house. Some of them, one of them is things to do with your profiles with as a member, your CLE points, and all these are done in the members portal. And now, my HOD for members affairs, Doreen, took you through the members portal. And I just wanted to add that if you log into your portal, which I will advise every member, some of you have not been able to log into your portal for a while from our statistics that we see in the background. But it is important that now, after the EO 11, that you log into your portal. If you need support to find to get your password, or to understand which email that you are using, that your portal is attached to, kindly reach out to us so that you are able to access this service. Yeah. Now, the portal will help you to, first of all, to update your membership information, to verify your status, and also keep your records current. Some of our members have records that are really old. I've seen some of the photos that some people have. Robert, I don't know if You remember the story of Uchintu. So some people look like Bukuku. You remember Bukuku? So it's because they've not updated, they've not gone to the portal to update their information or to give us their current photos. Yeah. So I'll urge all our members to visit the portal, update your information, give us a current photo that will also help us to generate your digital ID with a proper photo of your choice. Yeah. Some people always ask for CLEs. I see Doreen they call Doreen about CLEs. I don't know how many points I have. What is my, I don't know if, things like that. So now with the digital transformation and members portal, I urge you to check. You'll be able to find your CLE points that you so far accumulated, and also your and also other, and other things that you may want to update in the portal. Now, for events and trainings, I'll go to events and trainings. We've embraced digital platforms. For instance, like now, for our RNBLIVE, as usual, we've been using the Zoom platform, using YouTube and X, yeah, and we are going to continue with this. So for even CLE trainings and programs, we are going to embrace the online platforms like our Zoom platform that we've used before. So members, I know we usually share this information, and this information should be able to get to you to register for events that require you to register, but also to attend events online. For instance, our RNBLIVE that is hosted every Thursday. For online payments, you've heard many people speak about all the systems, but you should just realize that all these systems all these services have systems that actually run them in the background. And as IT and as the IT department, we are here to make sure that these systems run efficiently, they are available, and don't go down anytime. So anytime you need a service from accounts, from members affairs, we make sure these systems are available so that you can receive the service as required. For internal and outside communication, we have digital platforms, but also we are going to continue using our emails to reach out to our membership, and also the other digital platforms like X, like Facebook, yes, that the communication department has been using to reach out. So all we are doing as IT is to make sure that these platforms, first of all, are secure for all of us, for our members and for the staff that are using them, yeah, and to make sure that they're available. Like I said, all systems, all services that we are talking about, all have a backend, they have backend systems that run them. Yeah. So that is the work of the IT, to make sure that these systems are available all the time so that they can serve you. Now, I just wanted to also mention that because we are going to serve you remotely, there will be need for you to give us feedback or to contact us. Yeah. So I'll put down some of the platforms, some of the contacts that you'll use in order to reach out to us. For payments, as you can see, you can write to info, and also like I've listed in this in the slide that I'm sharing. Yeah, reach out to those email addresses, and they'll be able to sort anything any challenges that you have with accounts, with payments, anything to do with payments. For members affairs, I've also listed the emails that you should reach out to in order to get support from members affairs. Also, continuing legal education, those are CLEs. If you have issues with CLEs, you want to attend a CLE, or you've attended the CLE and you've not seen your CLE points, kindly reach out to those emails so that they can support you. Yeah, those are going to be our support channels. Yeah, during this time. General inquiries, that is anything to do if you're asking anything about the ULS, but also if you're asking if you want any support from IT, you can reach out to the admin at uls.or.ug. That is our email that we can that will receive all your tickets or inquiries about any IT services. I just wanted also to add some important websites that we host that you can reach out to get information from the organization or from the ULS. The first one is the website, our ULS website. Kindly reach out to the ULS website. If you can't log into your portal, there is a members area on the website where you can that will redirect you to access your portal. You'll see our events. We always post the latest events on the website, but also there are articles, there are posts from our president and the council. So anytime, please make a website your important resource that you to get information from us, especially now that we are working remotely. The other websites, we have the Tech Festival that is coming up. Right now, you can go there and see what happened in the last event. The website is available on that URL that I've put in the slide. For our lab clients, that is for our public, you can reach out on the lab. There's a lab ULS lab website that you can reach out to. Now, for members, there's something coming up. You've heard it before. It's the Pleader app. Right now, you can go on that website and download the app on your mobile. Soon, we are going to launch the app, and you'll be able to support the public through the Pleader mobile app. Yes. For those that cannot send email for support, you can reach out on our landline. I've listed it there, 0424342424. For lab clients, you can reach out on the toll-free line or the IVR line that I've listed down. All those support channels and channels that you can use to give us feedback to serve you better. I thank you very much, and I thank the Governing Council for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nsiko, for this deliberation. Clearly, you're the man behind the digital transformation, even if we're not going to put it to you alone. You have actually ably explained where most of us, especially those that are following these ways of leadership, get our impetus and our confidence to speak to the members about digital transformation. So you are a very background individual. Thank you so much, Mr. Ken Nsiko. You have warmed our hearts by showing us how much background work is being done that never comes to the fore. We appreciate you, and we would like to extend gratitude to you. I'm sure you have always been in touch with the president, who is always guiding and mentoring and teaching us on how better to develop the relations between the Ugandan Law Society and the members, and also the general public. We appreciate that. I would like to notify us, ladies and gentlemen, in a very uncharacteristic manner, Waf, who was here with us earlier on intimated that he really had quite some work on his table and would like to address the matters that are coming to us in form of questions and concerns, because the topic that he discussed sparked a lot of questions and concern from the members, and being the senior that he is, I would like to kindly oblige and indulge each and all of us who are on this call across all the different social media networks and platforms to allow WAF to speak to us in as far as his thoughts are concerned for the questions that have been asked, and then we can easily release him for the rest of the day, given that he earlier on had programmed to be with us for a rather shorter time. WAF, we're sorry, we're going to indulge you because we cannot leave these questions lingering in the people's minds, and it would be very unfair to have listened to you to this extent and then let you go without speaking to us once again in regard to some of these questions. And if you're able to unmute very soon, we would like to know. There is one Mr. Opendi Joshua who is concerned because he says he actually has hope to become a journalist, but he's a lawyer and he wants to know what it means for you, having served as a journalist and a legislature. How would you interpret the recent developments affecting NMG, and should Ugandans view them primarily as a national security issue, a media freedom issue, or a symptom of a deeper governance challenge? WAF, I know that is quite a wide question. It's not so far away from what you were trying to discuss for us, but if you can get any specific in regard to answering this question for Mr. Opendi and all the other listeners who are listening out and to you, it would be very, very appreciated. WAF, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Yeah, first, I think that we take it that in the media or as journalists, we give ourselves a job of being watchdogs for the public, actually spies for the public. There are spies who spy for the government, and the journalists spy for the public, and you watch for the interest of the public. That's a job we give ourselves. And we also say ours is a thankless job. Nobody thanks you for it. There are lots of occupational hazards in the media. There are many hundreds of journalists are killed in the world per year. So it is not a very easy job. The only thing we enjoy there is that we enjoy some bit of respect for being knowledgeable because we keep reading. What we have here, he's asking about whether what we have is a security question or a media freedom question. They are both related. You notice that in our country, the Museveni particularly, when something infringes on his scheme or his plot to penetrate his rule in Uganda or his family rule, he evokes security. For instance, take the current occupation or siege of the NMG. What security breaches did that media house commit? They have not told you whether there was anything to do with the security of Uganda that they breached, apart from annoying the CDF. And the CDF, because he believes that he is above the law, or that family, therefore they have taken the issue to be a security matter, but it should be a legal matter. If it's a civil matter, if a paper has written wrong things or a TV has published wrong things, what you do is, of course, we know, and you are lawyers. You are talking about rule of law. If you go to law, you go to court, and they know that if they go to court, they will be defeated. Incidentally, the last time we went to court with them, we defeated them, and they paid us. They paid the monitor 3 billion shillings for loss of business. But they closed the place last time, and they are going to pay even for this, even whether this government or another government, they will pay because they are causing loss of revenue. So they normally don't separate their security issues, which they use usually to win, so that they can involve the military in solving the problem, like they have done in this case. Instead of sending the police, the whole CDF sends a battalion of soldiers. There was no gun. There was no gun in the monitor or in TV. There was no gun there or atomic bomb. There was nothing. It was just brains of people and computers, nothing. So why do you send soldiers to that? Then media freedom is a space to express yourself. Ideally, it is guaranteed in the law, in our laws, that there is media freedom. But it is given. Those who are powerful give it to you or don't give it to you. What we do as journalists, his name was, the one who asked the question was Mr. Sinde?
Mr. Opendi, Joshua.
Miss Opendi yes. Is you go there, you enter journalism to fight for that space. It is never just given. Because nobody allows you to tell them that they are dirty or that they have stolen or that they are lying, especially if they are leaders, if they think they are leaders. They want you to hide that. But if you are a house of what it is salt or a media worth the journalist, you should hide that. If you are a journalist worth the salt, you hide, you take that out and tell the people this person is your leader but is lying, is your leader but is still is a thief, is your leader but is a killer. And there it becomes very dangerous for you as a person. But otherwise, I see in Uganda the security question and the media freedom are quite related. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wow, for that very, very insightful feedback. What is very critical about what you've said is really for us to fight for our spaces, and nobody's going to fight for them. And that is also in line with what the president of the Uganda Law Society, Isaac K. Semakade, has been trying to advance in, especially when we were recently launching the ULS at 70 with the trademark line, resist lawlessness, and the struggle continues regardless of the eventual outcome. And thank you. Miss Gloria Nampija is asking you a very interesting question over here, which of course requires a little bit of civil-military relations, and saying healthy democracies clearly require defined relationships between civilian institutions and security agencies. Of course, you've been giving us that very, very hostile relationship that we have had. And she's asking, from your observation, how healthy these relations, which you have given an answer to, but continues to ask that what legal safeguards should always be observed in order to maintain public confidence, in light of the fact that the public is becoming wary, in light of the fact that the public is becoming wary about the relations between civil and military. I hope that question is clear. Wow.
Yes, yeah. In Uganda, the media obey the law and they follow the law, and they are very clear about the law. They also have an internal law, the editorial creed, the editorial policy. They follow that. Number one, they follow that. Then they follow the public law, the government, the Uganda law, or the country's law. Then they follow the constitution. They do. And just how the community expects them to behave. They also follow that. But in Uganda, and you lawyers, you know, the military, our military, that in most cases don't follow the law. And the military do things which the media reports about, and the military fights the media when they have broken the law. Take the people they have been killing in demonstrations. When I was like in FDC, and was a spokesperson for the FDC, there are many people who were killed during the walk to work, during the Mavira demonstrations, during the time when a doctor just came back from when he had been hospitalized in Nairobi. He came back. They killed people. By the time I left in the FDC, we had almost about 150 people over that who had been killed by the military. But no, No military has ever been arrested for that. No, the Kawempe recently, they brutalized people. The military, it wasn't supposed to be there. Military is supposed to be guarding the borders, but the military was there in Kawempe, maiming people, brutalizing people, but they were never arrested. They are never held accountable. So once you have a situation whereby the military know that they are not going, they can't be affected by the law, then there's no law. We are pretending that there's rule of law. They evoke rule of law when you are going against their interests, but you cannot evoke the same law when they are going against people's interests, and that's what the problem is. Nampija, but I hope I have helped you.
I'm sure Nampija is clearly happy with the answer, because it is also a reality for us who are seeing it from all the different angles. And we have another, please allow these questions to run 1, 2, 3 so that we can release you, because we know you're not going to give us a lot of time in regard to these questions after here. And one Sechimpi Abdallah is getting to us from X. We are on different platforms. Worth for you to know, we are also actively participating on YouTube and X, and this is Zoom. So yes, we're getting questions from various platforms. We have Sechimpi Abdallah, who is asking, in your view, what is the greatest threat to constitutional governance today? Is it weak institutions, concentration of power, or is it public apathy? And what is your honest view about the next decade? Wow, this is quite a deep one.
That's quite a good one. But I think they are all wrapped up in one. The weakest point is we are pretending to be a rule of law, but that rule of law will only work if we all agree that it's going to build the dynasty, or to help Museveni to stay in power till when he likes. That's when the rule of law will work. And if we accept that, then it will be smooth. But as long as you use the rule of law to question what they are doing, and as long as you use the so-called democracy, we don't have it in the way they understand it should be, that we evoke democracy. As long as democracy comes in the collides with their interest, they will fight that democracy. As long as the law will fight their interest, it will collide with there will be a collision. So what does CNKP want is to know that the system has been designed that certain things don't change, and we only do things we behave in a manner that only augments that, and that continues. If you are given money by the Museveni and given a job by Museveni, or given a piece of land by Museveni, and you keep dancing and jumping and clapping, you don't break the law. But if you question even those things themselves of bribing people like that, then you break the law. Then you are anti-government. Then you cause a security problem. So the whole thing is very complicated, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Katunguka Raymond, thank you for your question. It's quite not so different from the previous individuals, but it's really asking what, looking ahead to the next decade, what are you optimistic about the future of constitutional democracy and media freedom in Uganda? What gives you hope, and what concerns you most?
What gives me hope is that the young people are beginning to fight for their space.
Right.
Young people are tired, and including you, young lawyers, you are fighting for your space.
Yes.
You are fighting when you fight for your space, you're also fighting for our space in the media. You're also fighting for the peasants' space, your peasant parents in the space.
Yes.
If you keep fighting, if you raise your awareness so that you demand your rights, and you fight, number one thing we must all fight is fear. Fear can make you not live in your bedroom, because you are going to die. outside. Once you don't leave your bedroom, you can't go to your sitting room. Then you can't leave your compound. Then you can't do anything for the community, for the humanity. You can't. So you have to speak out. And all dictators fear people when they are aware. When they stand up and they begin demanding, they fear. They flee. You have seen most dictators fleeing because the people are just going on the street and say, no, we don't want this. They know their guns cannot manage to cover that, to stop people when they are demanding something. So I have faith that it will be better because you young people are standing up. The youth in these parties, particularly the youth in NOP, the youth in PFF, the youth in all these parties, the FDC, those youth are demanding things. They have been put in a situation whereby they can't eat, they can't breathe, they can't love, they can't laugh. They are just helpless and desperate. People like that are dangerous. They are going to say, we can't go dying in the house. They will go on the street. They will demand. And now some of them are here, they want to join the army actually. They want to join the army in the MRC, and they think they will use the army to liberate themselves. That's very difficult. The army can't do the liberation. But the hope, I have hope that will be done because of the awareness which is growing. This 10 years before President Semakade came with this radical new, the lawyers were just enjoying. They go, they wear their nice weekend things and go and enjoy, and they go and talk to court, go to court and talk good English. They were not bothered with the politics. Now you are bothered. The politics is our freedom and our rights. That's our politics you play as lawyers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for that answer, but also for giving flowers to our leader who we are all proud of, especially it's no longer English, which has to be good. It has to be in politics, and we cannot fight without joining where it matters most, the political sphere. And that, of course, reassures us and encourages us as a whole team, even when it is a question that has been asked by one individual. So we are really concerned and happy that you're able to respond to these questions. And of course, Mr. Waf, you know very well that history normally judges nations not by how they really treat those who agree with government, because at some time you were also there in that area, and rather it has become a thorn in how they treat dissenting voices. We recently had a friend of yours, Timothy Kalyegira, who we all know, and for us who have grown up following you guys, we cannot speak media and politics without Timothy Kalyegira. I'm very sure you have concerns about his status and welfare in light of the recent occurrences about him. But we have been reading from books that one day the president of the Uganda Law Society tasked us to read some of this literature from the former president of Uganda Law Society, Sam Njuva, may his soul rest in peace, senior counsel, who of course I'm sure you have worked with very closely given the history, and one by the late Justice Kanyehamba, may his soul also rest in peace, that was also tackling the history and the constitutional history of the country. And we have seen there's been so many chapters being written about the constitutional story of Uganda. And today we are also seeing more of the constitutional story being rewritten. We wanted to ask you, what chapter of Uganda's constitutional story are we writing today? And what chapter should we be striving to write all together? Because this living document seems to, if not be dead on arrival, to be wondered by the youth who are just seeing it for the first time, to wonder whether it has actually ever worked, given the history of Uganda in as far as constitutional development has been concerned. So could you please, in your few words, and also as you wrap up, and give us your closing remarks so that we can allow you to go you do your other work. How, in your assessment, what chapter of Uganda's constitutional history are we writing today, and what chapter should we be striving to write? Because it doesn't seem to be the same as was the case 20, 30, 40 years ago.
I think you should be writing the chapter of liberation and using the law from your legal front for the liberation of our country, liberation of ordinary people in law. You know very well that it has become very difficult for ordinary people to get justice in our courts because it is very, very expensive. And a lot of lawyers, maybe even your members here, are corrupt. The judges, particularly the magistrates and lawyers, the judges, they are corrupt. And so justice now is bought. We have seen lawyers giving away property from poor people to people who have paid them. That needs liberation. That needs liberation. So the chapter you are doing is liberate the law. Liberate the law and let the law serve ordinary people. The law shouldn't just serve. Of course, all laws in the whole world there's first and foremost they serve the dominant force, economic dominant force, and economic and political dominant force. It serves the leaders, but you need also the ordinary people should have a voice. They should also enjoy law, the benefits of law, and that means you are going to write your chapter. You are going to do your work based on that. I like President Semakade. The other day he was talking to us at some forum, and I was very, 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 very inspired and very convinced that him as a leader of the young lawyers, I think he holds hope for us. Thank you. Others,
Yeah.
thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. If I'm too radical, that's too much. I'm sorry about that. If I offended anybody, I'm sorry about that. But I normally think when I have thought about something, I speak. I believe in it. I speak without a reservation because I just speak. Take it or leave it. I'm sorry about that, but I'm good. Go. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much. But maybe for you to know, if a young lawyer, or rather not a young lawyer, if a young man like the president of the Uganda Law Society, Senior Counsel Isaac K. Semakade can inspire you, then you will need to know that there is no apology.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no apology because
we support you. We support
Yes.
you if we can help the way you support us individuals and as institutionally, we are happy to work together. By the way, I believe that this whole liberation, I'm talking about liberation, it will not be one group, it will be all of us, including many, many people who are with Museveni, who don't like what is happening. Museveni, I think it's bad to stay in one place for a very long time. You begin to not smell even the road around you. The road begins smelling sweet to you, and that's what has happened to him.
Yeah, thank you so much for that last point that you've given to us as a charge, as lawyers. The chapter of liberation is exactly what we need to be striving for, liberation using the law, and that of course falls in our docket. And it's also because we are able to have such leaders like the Radical New Bar Governing Council under Isaac K. Semakade, the Senior Council's leadership. So if it is possible that he is able to inspire you, then you can imagine how much inspired we are by being around him and listening into his shows and X spaces. As you've realized, we know you were quite engaged. You might not have attended the previous 30 minutes, but yes, you are also one of the inspirers that we have together with Isaac K. Semakade. So, wow, may the Lord continue to be with you. We have had a very honorable time with you. We are your followers. May you continue to be encouraged that the people behind you are not just us. There's quite a number of us. We have followed you. You've never given up. You've stood tall. And we continue to pray that the Lord will hold your hand in as far as your protection is concerned as you continue to help us to write the chapter of liberation by the law. Thank you so much. We would like to ask of you to proceed with what
Thank you so much, President. Thank you so much. I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
You're most welcome. God bless you.
God bless. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to thank you for indulging us to also engage WAF, who, as we had earlier on requested that he come in and answer the questions. These were very pertinent questions that needed to be addressed, and he has done them justice. We have also realized that we have the best around us as lawyers, regardless of profession, because they are like-minded members of the society who are more senior to us. Therefore, a lesson for us using this platform of the Radical Nuba Live weekly public press, and rather public and press engagement every Thursday. WAF, we shall be looking for you as you have been very, very kind to us. We never tire with the friends that we have. Kindly expect a lot more from us. We're going to be knocking at your door. It was the first time that we have hosted you, and for us, it's an honor. Kindly expect us to knock on your doors every once in a while, and that you can help us to understand and underscore the liberation chapter that you want us to write. Thank you so much. We're going to return to what we were doing before. That is as far as the implementation of the EO11 is concerned. And with us, after Mr. Kenneth Nsiko, who broke it down for us how the ICT department is going about it, we want to listen to one of the very critical departments in the Uganda Law Society that is also behind a lot going on in the background, but much more in the fore. I also one of the department members that is the Rule of Law department that helps to convene this platform, this talk show, which of course speaks a lot more into what we are doing. Yes, Waf, are you still speaking to us?
No. I think I'm done. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. It's okay. Yes, I would like to invite Miss Afra Apio, who is the head Rule of Law, and of course, in effect, my boss, who I am very proud to work under, a very, very humble person who gets things done and is at the heart of the operations in regard to matters Rule of Law, and which is very, very important that you get this information as well, just like all the other speakers have spoken. The EO11 is being worked on with precision, of course, and would like to hear the version of the Department of Rule of Law. Ms. Afra Pio, are you available to unmute and speak to us, please?
Thank you, Robert. Please confirm that I can be heard.
I confirm, my lady.
Thank you, Robert, again. My name is Apio Afra, and I'm the head Rule of Law. I work together with Ms. Gwenny Patience, who is the officer in charge of research. I also work with Mr. Robert Benonjurua, who is the Rule of Law officer at litigation. He's also the convener of RNB. I also wish to congratulate him. I personally witnessed when he was being made president of Rotary Club of Chadondo. Congratulations, Robert.
Thank you so much, most obliged.
We thank the Governing Council, headed by Mr. Isaac Semakade, Senior Counsel, for their leadership. Allow me also to thank the CEO, Ms. Christine Awori, for her able leadership and guidance, along with the other heads of department that we work with seamlessly. In compliance with the Executive Order 11 of 2026, issued by the ULS Council, the Rule of Law immediately transitioned to remote working arrangements while ensuring the uninterrupted delivery of its mandate. The department has adopted the following measures to guarantee continuity, accountability, and efficiency. As a department, we have daily virtual planning meeting. Every morning, the department convenes online to review ongoing assignments, agree on priorities, allocate responsibilities, and set timelines for the day. We also to ensure continuous communication, all members of the team are required to keep their phones switched on and remain accessible during working hours to facilitate prompt communication. This has enabled us to offer support to the different committees as set by the Governing Council, such as the 3C Committee, the Rule of Law Committee, among others. We also have regular progress monitoring. Throughout the day, the team members provide updates on assigned tasks, enabling the department to track progress, address emerging issues, and ensure timely completion of assignments. Despite operating remotely, the department has continued to execute its core functions effectively with no significant disruptions to planned activities. We have continued to issue statements on various rule of law issues, offer legal representation, organize RNB weekly press and public engagement, where we discuss current issues every Thursday. We encourage advocates and members of the public to join us virtually in this very important conversation. The department has demonstrated that key engagements can be organized virtually, such as today's RNB was successfully planned and coordinated entirely through remote collaboration. And I thank the team and the members of the Governing Council who have been able to help us do this. Overall, the Rule of Law Department has adapted to the remote working arrangement successfully through effective planning, constant communication, and teamwork. I thank you for your kind attention. Over to you, Robert.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Afra Pio. You have been very eloquent and unequivocal. I really appreciate your leadership, especially for the Rule of Law Department, of course, being at the heart of matters, access to justice. Thank you so much for the grace and the wisdom with which you have led us, myself and Gwenny Patience, who is also online and following and attentive, because this has been a remotely organized platform, and it also reminds us easily that your leadership is not really measured by authority alone, but the ability to inspire us to hold on to such roles, the tasks that you keep to give us, that we have all undertaken online, especially in light of my recent milestone in taking on the presidency of the Rotary Club of Chadona Rugby, which happened on Tuesday. We had meetings on Monday and on Tuesday morning in preparation for this talk show on this platform, of course, in liaison with the president and the different departments. That already shows how much hospitable you are, and you've inspired us and you've uplifted us with all the kindness and integrity. So thank you so much for creating an environment where we feel valued and heard and empowered. Your unwavering commitment to lead us and also participate in all matters rule of law is second to none. May the Lord bless you so much for everything that you're doing to guide us and all the other department heads. We want to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving forward to the next agenda item, but also before that, we've got communication from the head of departments, that is human resource and finance and administration, that is Miss Christina Bwaka and Mr. James Akena, who easily communicated to us, because earlier on we were supposed to be hearing from them, but we got reliable information that they are for a capacity building training, which is not in Kampala, but also they are also engaged, and they sent a little bit of a report for us to appreciate that the EO 11, Executive Order 11, is not being implemented in isolation. It is cutting across the departments, of course, because this is the Secretariat department heads discussing. I have been requested, and I don't wear the shoes enough to make these presentations, but I've been requested to deliver short messages as far as the implementation of EO 11 is concerned, and particularly the HR, the head of department, very astute Miss Christina Abwaka, has also communicated that as far as the EO 11 is concerned, all staff, especially the lab staff, are working fully, both at the headquarters and across the country. Like we said, we have 22 separate clinics that are divided across the country, all regions, that is north, east, south, and of course, further away in the west. They are all working fully, and they are very much alive to the matters that are being handled as the secretariat. But the other part of it, because she's head of HR, is that the other staff are working remotely, and you can see from the different backgrounds of the members that have just been presenting, there's been a background that is, away from office, because that has been the heart of the communication, that it be remote and be coordinated from a remote perspective. So yes, that is the message from the head of human resources. Thank you so much, Ms. Christina Bwaka, for everything that you do for us, the leadership that also you offer to us, especially as staff, is very, very instrumental, and your development and mentorship of the staff here to know that we can also work remotely and still add value to the society and also satisfy the members and the members of the public. That is the ULS members and members of the public. May God bless you in your endeavors over there as you keep training the members that are learning from you under the capacity building training that is being undertaken. The same applies, ladies and gentlemen, to the head finance and administration, that is Mr. James Akena. They're actually together, and that goes without saying that the message is being sent to me. I still don't wear those shoes, but I will take the honor to deliver the message. And Mr. James Akena is actually speaking money, especially because it's head of finance and administration, and his message is not any different. He is also saying that the members of the Law Society who should have been mostly affected by the Secretariat staff working remotely don't need to struggle anymore, because a lot of the work is being done by the digital transformation, and different information is being sent across the emails and across the communication channels to the members, especially the bank accounts and or the CLE training methods that need to be used for payments. And lawyers are very free to make payments online, and bank details are being shared, not any different from the presentation that was made by the head of Members Affairs and Professional Development, that is Ms. Atkunda Dorin. And he says that wherever you are, kindly feel free to reach out to the Members Affairs Department, as the telephone contacts were shared. But also, what is very critical as far as monies are concerned, there is no need for you to worry, because the digital transformation tenet under the Radical New Bar has been fully rolled out, and you can easily make your payments either by way of bank or by way of student pay code through mobile money. And that, of course, is supposed to bring us into what is very, very important after listening to all the department heads and how they are implementing the Executive Order 11. That, of course, is asking us to speak into working remotely. We want to hear from the horse's mouth on what this digital transformation has to do with the development of the law and the members in this fast world that is coming our way, that we want to also not be left behind. And we're going to be listening into a very, very, very important person in the life of the Radical New Bar that doesn't need a lot of introduction, because he is a friend, he is an insider, he is one of the key holders of the flag, and as far as marketing what the digital transformation tenet of the Radical New Bar Governing Council is concerned, to do with the tech first. This is an individual who I don't need to say so much, because he warms my heart, and I would be doing him injustice if I spent more time introducing him, because his actions are mostly in the things that he does. He is been a very critical person in our lives, and this year round he is going to continue to lead the Tech Fest 2026, because he is the inaugural chairperson of the Tech Fest 2025, which I'm not going to speak a lot about because it is his moment. And today, right about now, I'm going to be introducing the inaugural chairperson and the convener of the Radical New Bar Tech Fest aspect from last year's item that was widely appreciated by the members of the society and the members of the public. This time round, we are going to be launching the TechFest 2026. That is the second edition of the Radical New Bar Digital Transformation Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Mr. Tony Galandi Kire, the convener and chairperson of the TechFest 2026. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. The Rotary Club of Chadondo.
Rugby, Chadondo Rugby.
Chadondo Rugby.
Yes, please.
And for the members on the panel, thank you very much. Of course, it is very characteristic of the convener to always make me the last speaker. That's how much he hates me. He wants to either speak when people are tired, or when people are hungry, or when people are bored.
No, actually, on the contrary, you energize us. You energize us, and we love you. That is why we save the best for the last.
But the Gen Zs say all the same, we move. So I want first of all thank the president of the Radical New Bar and the very energetic team at the house. It would be very un-Christian of me if I do not acknowledge the tremendous efforts management puts in at the center. And for me, I would authoritatively say that I think I would choose this team at any one time, because amidst all these challenges, we have managed to make all these deliverables. As the bar and also as management, kudos to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not really give you the lengthy speeches, even if I would have wished to. I want to just ask Drew to give me, I think you have given me a bit of sharing rights, I hope so. I think, yes, you have. Great. Okay, let me just be able to select out a few things. Okay, so that we are able to share out a few things. For some reason, I hope I'm able to get what I need. Okay. Okay. Yeah, open system settings. Great. Yes, sorry. Okay. I'm wondering why it won't share, but all the same, if it has, I think my PC should be having issues. It's deciding to misbehave.
Do you think sharing it with one of us can support you, or you can, the wise man in you, I'm very sure, from the east, can do this justice regardless.
Let me do this. Can I share it with who is the right person to share with real quick?
Mr. Ken, is this Ken? Yeah, do we have Ken? Yes. Ken, are you here?
Okay. Okay, let me share with you my brother Drew. I don't know whether you'd want it on WhatsApp. It's just to guide our conversation.
WhatsApp is okay.
So that we don't stay here long. But anyway, I've said with you a copy, but that notwithstanding, I come from a background of teaching, so that shouldn't be a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to first of all thank you for the support all of you gave during our 2025 Tech Festival. I would want to just put forward a few highlights. Of course, a report to this effect will be shared. I've already shared a concept note with the Governing Council, and I am positive that the Governing Council, once it has approved the concept, and also the report on what we had last year, it should be shared. But just a few highlights. You realize that 2025, we had the inaugural Digital Transformation Festival replacing the traditional annual law conference. And this was a game changer, and also as just like change normally comes with its challenges, we faced a bit of resistance here and there, but thanks to the formidable support we got from the management committee and also council, we were able to pull this off. You realize as 2025, the inaugural, we had high engagement exhibitions where we had demos from URSB, which culminated also into signing of memorandum of understanding with Wutamu. We were able to give out Digital Excellence Awards, if you can recall, and many of you are beneficiaries of those awards, which you hang on your walls with confidence and gratitude. We were also able to give out a Benz, which was a highlighter for this whole thing. We had strong media coverage, and that inaugural Tech Festival also positioned Uganda Law Society as a forward-thinking leader in legal transformation by way of digital transformation. And for me, the number of clear lessons which we picked from that inaugural, which was the demand for practical AI skills, the upcountry access for some of these solutions. And I must say that there was also measurable impact of the same. So ladies and gentlemen, I would be very glad at the same time to share that all this emanated from the mandate, which was given to me by the president, if you can recall, and where you appointed me as a special envoy. And my instructions from the president were very clear. Number one, would want you to drive strategic planning, stakeholder engagement, sponsorship program development, advocacy, want you to mobilize for logistics, and then we would expect a post-event evaluation for the Digital Transformation Festival. I can comfortably submit that we have delivered on all those, save for the post-event evaluation, which we have also shared with council. We await their position over the same. And my extension of the mandate from my angle, it also comes from my love for the bar, that's one, but also my passion for digital transformation in legal practice. And this also gave birth to what I felt that we ought not to just remain like Ugandan speeches that go on and then after that they go silent. So I felt it prudent to start this discussion and continue to coming. I can comfortably say that I started Lego Tech Dialogues, and we have kept this conversation going on, and a reminder that the digital transformation agenda is not only one day, but to pick the words of the president, we are talking about a 2060 agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore want to take the opportunity and the pleasure of announcing the launch of the TechFest 2026. The vision is in line with the RNB vision. And if you remember so well, among the pillars of the Radical New Bar is digital transformation. And therefore, this TechFest, we are proposing the vision of a digitally empowered, ethical, inclusive, and future-ready profession in Uganda that leverages technology to deliver faster, fairer, and more accessible justice for all citizens. Clearly positioning Uganda Law Society as East Africa's premier convener of legal technology dialogue and action. So we are having the proposed dates subject to approval by council. That is Thursday, 27th and Friday, 28th of August. It will be a Thursday and Friday coming at the end of the month. And the format has not changed much. We are looking at any hybrid in-person core with high quality virtual optional satellite hubs, which we intend to put in Mbale, Gulu, and Imbarara. The science behind this is that you are having these lawyers who would want to subscribe virtually, but they are not able to get this experience because of either poor internet connection, because of either the gadgets probably they are running. So we intend to, this time around, to work hand in hand with the council members from these different regions to see if we can be able to set up hubs in these centers. And these will be able to provide the video broadcast in these areas, yeah? The video broadcast in these areas in Mbale, in Igulu, so that when somebody pays his money and is not able to drive to Kampala, we can be able to work hand in hand with court to give us, a room, and then we have a high definition broadcast, so that when Drew is emceeing this function, when we are listening to somebody speaking to us from the headquarters, his image is as very clear as that of my brother Robert Benon Drew. Yeah. Last time we had an average of 600 people attending both in person and virtual. My target this year with the team which we are going to be unveiling soon, we are looking at 1,000 plus legal professionals. Yeah, we want to move away from 600. We want to target 1,000. That is virtual. That we are looking at the exhibitors, the innovators, and policymakers. The other thing is that as you realize that technology keeps moving every other day, so from the foundational digital transformation of 2025, okay, we are looking at how do we now this time accelerate the practical skills and policy influence in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no way we are going to realize the dream of the Radical New Bar if we do not influence policy. Yeah. And therefore, part of the agenda of this conversation is to have policymakers part of this conversation as a way of influencing policy. I had a conversation recently where I was attending a conference 1,000 miles, many miles from here. And one of the discussions that came up was because we were discussing how the might, the power of the regulators against the big techs. And one of the conversations that came up was a ruling from Uganda. against Meta WhatsApp, AdLego Uganda versus Meta WhatsApp, yeah, in the lack of punitive measures against some of these entities. Now, if you do not engage these conversations, then we'll be bathing the baby, but also asking the baby to go and play in the mud. So we will not be realizing. So that's one of the things we intend to be looking at. We also intend to have thematic tracks or strategic thematic tracks for this case. So anybody who is planning, say for example, to either make a presentation or either have an exhibition, we intend this time around to segment, create thematic areas. So you tell us, if you are having a tool, you are an innovator, what is this tool? Does it fall under AI in legal practice? Is it a tool for research, for drafting, for contract analysis, for litigation support, for ethics, bias, liability, or emerging regulation? So that we know that when my friend Appeal says, I am interested in a tool on research drafting, she does not have to keep lingering. She knows where to go and what to find. So we have a corner for exhibitors in that place. Exactly, specifically speaking to that. Yeah, if it's talking about AI assisted case management, okay, and interoperability. We are talking about e-justice. Are you into public interest litigation and you are into supporting communities? Then we know where to put you. Are you interested in law firm compliance, data security and responses to Uganda, protection and so on, data and so on for your client? Then you know where to go. Are you interested in looking at inclusive access to justice? So we are going to themate both speakers and innovators so that we are able to sell this to our people and they know where to choose and where to go. What are the signature features of the 2026 enhancements that we will want you to come and attend? Because everybody wants to, okay, what is different from 2025? I mean, I was there. What is going to change? This is called the digital transformation, and technology is changing every other day, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why I can assure you, expect something completely different come 2026 August, which is a month away. Number one, this time around, we are having practical AI digital skills workshops. It's going to be a more practical thing. That's what we are proposing. Instead of sitting in conference rooms and listening to lectures, this time around, we want the lawyer to be able to move to an exhibition place and is able to get on his gadget and practically engage in some of these digital skills workshops. And then number two, we are looking at practical presentations. So when a person is presenting on an AI research tool, we are saying, everybody get your phone. Can you do ABCD? Yeah. Can you be able to check how secure your email is so that there is live hacking of your email? It's called ethical hacking. Yeah. That you are in between there. You are actually removed off WhatsApp. Yeah. So that you know how unsecure you are and how you can be able to secure yourself. Okay. We are also looking at the Lego Tech Startup Pitch Competition. We have very many brilliant young people in these different universities coming up with all kinds of apps. And I can promise you that many of them, I'm sure, keep popping up at Uganda Law Society. They're saying, look, I have this innovation. And then they have nowhere to go because we have not created a platform where they can be able to exhibit these skills. So we are saying this time around, we want also to have a Lego Tech Startup competition where we are going to bring all these very, very brilliant ideas into some form of competition and be able to have a winner, and they will pitch ideas, and we'll have a committee and we'll have an award, and we'll also have a reward for that. Yeah. And then we are also looking at, like I said, hybrid regional satellite hubs. Like I said earlier before, we intend this time around, which was not the case last year, to have regional satellite hubs where we want to work hand in hand with courts, Say, for example, in East, if we say we are going to use Mbale, then people around Mbale, we can be able to have one room, one court dedicated to us with a high level technology, yeah, and visuals, yeah, so that at the end of it all, people are able to experience like they are in Kampala, yeah. And then we are also looking at high level policy around the table. We should have a conversation where you are having the bench and the executive on the same table and have these discussions discussed, you know, so that we all share our fears, we all share our worries, yeah, so that we stop working in silos. We feel that Lego Tech Festival 2026 should be that village round table where we sit together and be able to pick from the same dish. And we are maintaining the Digital Excellence Awards, except this time there is going to be a grand prize, yeah. And then we are also expanding the exhibition networking. We are targeting over 40 plus Legatech solution booth with live demos, yeah, which is more than tripling what we had, I think, tripling more than what we had last year. That's our target. We are planning on writing to all these big Legatech startups, Clio, LexisNexis, Legora, name it, Pagora, you know, Soho, so many. And we want them to come on board and they share all these innovations with us, yeah, so that we are able to network. And this is a game changer, not only for the lawyers, but also for the innovators. So innovators should be interested, because if you have this very good innovation that has trained on our local data, because and it's lacking a few things, who knows, maybe Clio will say, can we do a merger? Can we be able to work together? Can we do a partnership and make the thing better? Now, why you should participate, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, if you attend the Lego Tech Festival 2026, be sure that you won't live the same. You're going to live when you have gained practical AI, cybersecurity, and digital skills that directly improve efficiency and your client service, and you become more competitive than any other. Number two, they have also assured me that there are CLE points. I'm yet to confirm. The last room I had, there are over 10 CLE points. So you need one banger and you can chill, yeah? Then the unmatched networking. This is the only place where Drew, Robert, Benon can actually order or summon the head court of appeal to come front. So that's part of unmatched networking, yeah? It's the only time you're going to have the judges, you're going to have the senior lawyers, you're going to have, it's the only place where we remove the veils that you will be able to interact without courts and robes. So it's a place to connect with judicial leadership, fellow practitioners, legal tech innovators, that big minister youth who needs up an appointment. Here, you won't need an appointment. We'll be able to ramp into ourselves and have this bigger and better. The other thing is business partnership and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time the innovator will be able to partner with a lawyer to be able to develop something into bigger and better. This is the time you are also going to be able to identify talent, but also most importantly, who knows? This is the time, if you are a young lawyer, you are looking for a job, this is the time you are going to pitch without just sending that auto-generated application. Now you have an opportunity to meet with the managing partner of that favorite law firm of yours and pitch directly. It's called the 1-minute pitch, and the guy says, you have a job, come and start tomorrow. Then the other one is influencing national policies. One reason you really need to participate in this. Many a time we have sat back and complained, and the voices are disjunct because the one you are speaking to does not listen because there is no platform. And the one who is speaking, so this is going to be the pipeline where you are going to meet that state prosecutor and say, by the way, you guys, I think what we are doing is not right. It's going to come and bite us without using social media. This is the time you're going to meet that judge and say, you know, I have read your judgments, but I believe that this one here, I do not think it was right. And he will also probably give you reasons. And that's called influencing national policy. It is the time you're going to have an opportunity to meet the PS, Minister of ICT, or the Minister for ICT and say, by the way, there is no reason why we are not having a technical committee which is working on the national AI policy when other countries have done that. And why don't we have so and so on the national AI policy? Because I believe is experienced, is blah, blah, blah. You are influencing national policy. But also most importantly, we are going this time around, why you should participate is that this is the platform that is going to call for national inclusive access. So you are in Kampala, you are in Igulu, you are in Arua. It becomes very easy because now we are going to create hubs. So you'll be able to call in on a very clear video and you'll be able to hear you. So it's one thing, in my opinion, which is gonna be a game changer. Now, we are going to have tiered packages, and these packages are designed to deliver a strong return on investment. They are designed to deliver brand visibility and direct engagement with Uganda's legal profession. And that this is for our sponsors. We are looking at platinum, which we are looking at 60 million shillings. And that one, we are looking at exclusive title rights. We'll give you a keynote slot. We'll give you the largest exhibition. We'll give you 15 passes. You can give some to your girlfriend if you want to. They are free. We are also going to have the policy roundtable access. And also, we can also give you the opportunity to sponsor the major prize category. So you can become the major category prize sponsor. Yeah, if the best category we are giving out is a Mercedes-Benz 280 CDI UK model, the one for Robert Giroux, then you'll be able to be the one to pay for the same and probably present the same. And then we have the gold, less than $10,000. By the way, our rates are so simple, far below the budgets of most of the big dogs around. So when we're looking at platinum, we are looking at less than $20,000. And when you're looking at gold, we are looking at less than $10,000, which is 35 million shillings for the gold. And this gives you a speaking slot. We'll give you a premium booth. We'll give you 8 passes, branding across key areas. We'll also have a roundtable invitation. Then we also have the silver. You'll have an exhibition booth. You'll have 4 passes and branding on select materials and networking session sponsorship option. Yeah, you can choose, say, for example, you are interested in virtual assets, so you can sponsor and we'll brand the whole room, which is talking about virtual assets with specifically you. Yeah, you are MTN, you are Airtel, you are whatever, you are Stanbic, whatever. I am picking on those because they are previous sponsors, so forgive the highlight. It is in appreciation because we were with them last time. We can have a room which is purely branded by you because you are sponsoring that networking session. And then we also have the bronze, which are looking at 5 million. And there you have the exhibition space. You have 2 passes, logo on website app, and opportunity to demo solutions to a targeted audience. Then what are we supposed to be doing? Yeah. Number one, we are going to roll this out immediately, and I'm going to work hand in hand with Ken so that we secure early bird rates and we'll be able to share the same. We'll also have group and virtual packages available, but and amidst this still you have share points granted. Number 2, you can share your expertise in AI tools, e-justice, cybersecurity or innovation. We are going to open the applications immediately after this conversation so that you tell us, I have this qualification and expertise in these areas. Why don't you call me and I come and speak to the lawyers? Yeah, and we'll be able to we are going to have a committee that is going to evaluate this and we'll come back to you. The other thing is what I'm supposed to do now is position yourself as a sponsor. We'll be able to look at our tiered packages and we'll be able to pick you up. And then the other one is you can also join the organizing committee, which we are going to be sharing. by way of email to all lawyers, so that you volunteer on some of these programs. Are you in Gulu? Are you in Mbarara? We'll have those regional committees there that we are going to be coordinating with, so you can join in from wherever you are. The other one is that we are going to have a hashtag, ULS TechFest 2026, hashtag Radical New Bar, that is on X, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and please encourage others to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, we encourage you further to partner with the different centers, Mbale, Gulu, if you can't be in Kampala, so that you can be able to see what you can be able to bring on table. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Radical New Bar, I can only say, together we are building the Radical New Bar, a digitally empowered, ethical and inclusive legal profession ready for the AI-powered future of justice. My name is Galandi Tone Kire. I'm the ULS Special Envoy on Digital Transformation, but I'm also employed by Diamond Advocates, where I'm a dog for hire as a managing partner. Thank you very, very much for listening to me. And if there are any questions, please, the window is open. May the good Lord bless you. Thank you very much, Robert and the team.
Oh, wow. Mr. Tony Galandi, you precede happiness, but you also help us to be happy thereafter. That's why we keep you for the last. That is how important you are. Please accept our token of admiration and inspiration and appreciation for your exceptional leadership. You know very well the story of TechFest 2025, and you've never tired. You have continued to receive us, and you have given us a vision, an innovation, and a dedication as a special envoy for digital transformation, as you are known across the globe, and you've inspired a very meaningful progress as far as our intentions for digital transformation under the leadership of the Governing Council is concerned. I am seeing the president of the Uganda Law Society with us online. It's not often that he joins us in this manner. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be of any use to the members of the society and the public without having to acknowledge and appreciate the president of the Uganda Law Society, Isaac K. Semakade, who, without having to ask and say much, would like to yield the microphone to say hello to his people.
Thank you very much, Comrade Jurua, and congratulations upon the installation as president of the Rotary Club of Chadondo
Rugby.
Yes. I am in shock because I thought it would be the Rotaract Club, but congratulations twice, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Of course, I present compliments to my colleague, our convener and chairperson for TechFest 2026. Thank you for that robust sneak peek into this year's extravaganza. I will not be commenting much on it today because you have submitted to us as council a more elaborate set of documentation for review over the weekend. And we shall be having a conversation more extensive than we can have here. I also know that you have to prepare for another similar engagement in the evening. Again, thank you. So permit me then to enter my remarks for the day concerning item 2. I have already delivered my compliments to our first guest, Honorable Wafula Ogutu. I thanked him for giving us a very personal and deep account of his encounter with militarism, right from his youthful service as treasurer of the Moshi Conference until or until today, you know, through the multiple cycles of sieges upon the Daily Monitor. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am
you
I
are,
audible?
Mr. President. You're loud and clear, Mr. President.
So I want to go right into the implementation presentations that were made in respect of Executive Order number 11 of 2026. I want to thank all the heads of department that have taken this seriously, including Francis, who noted in his remarks. Let me address myself first of all to Doreen, head of procurement, professional development and membership services. I used a fantastic presentation, undoubtedly. I don't know, Doreen, you didn't speak to okay, your brother Ken did it for you. The cost of investment of prior councils in the tech facility that we have at the bar, and how much we spend on it annually in terms of servicing, hosting, and yet it's constantly falling into disuse. Thank you for giving the example of emails that go unread, and the mismatch it creates in communication. But I think then I should move over to Ken's elaborate presentation with the wonderful graphic. Ken, I propose that you work with membership department together with comms and maybe a consultant to design a really giggly promo for what this new age looks like for lawyers. I like the joke you made. I think you cracked some kind of joke. I forget it now but you cracked some kind of joke, and it's good that we've registered it online. We can go back and get it. What was the joke Ken made? Yeah. There's a joke Ken made. I forget what it was, but it was engaging. Advocates have to be found at their level. We have to engage them at their level, and it's good that we have this capacity, we have this knowledge, but there's a mismatch between the owners of this technology, who should be the users, and the implementers and managers. And you don't want that. You don't want to be seen as surplus requirement. Okay? It shouldn't be on you. You put it on the lawyers that we came to you. I actually think that maybe now you're out. You could even do a few road shows. You go on the road and present these services. Business face. Okay? These are their services. Put them, use this period of the digital tech festival. The tech festival is going on the road, as you may have seen in the executive order. In the same executive order, we are going on the road nationwide. So in terms of your implementation, you sort of spoke to item, paragraph, sections 1 and 2, as if the rest don't concern you. They do concern you. Let me just go there. Okay. So they do concern you. They're just as important. They're just as important. So Though I didn't see that come out in your presentation. Sections 4. Let's look at 4. The launch of Tech Fest 2026, the Radical Nuba Digital Transformation Festival, and the Radical Nuba Capstone Project to support law firms across Uganda in their migration to fully paperless operations. They shall proceed as scheduled, advancing the profession's long-term resilience. Think about it. I trust you will manage to plan something like that. But people need to be aided into technology. Throughout the cycles of tech development, human behavior, it's called behavior change. Human behavior falls on a spectrum of emotions and instincts. They are early adapters, members that have the ability, to say, this is important, let me listen to this space. Or I am busy, I'll play this space over the weekend and listen and take notes. Now, only 5% of any society fall into that category. That's why opportunity will always remain scarce, however much the information is there. There's only a few people that are that information centric. Now, well, the rest of the people just simply are on the baseline. They're at the point 0. So between 0 and the early adapters lie a moving number of people. We call them skeptics. They are skeptical. Some are positively skeptical, some are negatively skeptical. Those who are positively skeptical, they are waiting for you to hold them by hand, pull them by the ear. They're waiting for an event. They're waiting to find that this is real. They will insist on walking in. And if they find you there, they say, I was skeptical about this whole thing. I was skeptical, it was a lie. But well, if they find that you're not there, then they will say, this thing is true. And then they will call, and when they call, they will insist on dragging you back. And if you make the mistake, that's it. The skeptics have won. So we react like that. There are those who are negatively skeptical. They're on the, the other side of the spectrum. Oh, they are spreading misinformation. They are creating negative information. They are creating narratives to satisfy their skepticism. They are different from these ones who are not creating any. They are waiting to receive. But there are these ones who are creating narratives. So their skepticism is toxic. It's a toxic form of skepticism. And so you will have to think about that as well for each department. These are your members. Anyway, you need to understand the psychology of your members. Then there are the late bloomers. It's not their problem. It's a different form of skepticism. They can't even be called skeptical because they just think that maybe they are too old for this technology thing. They will be afforded some form of exception. The best example is the email age. I mean, the number of guys just kept, I won't have email for what? Email for what? So they didn't get America Online, they didn't get Africa Online, they didn't get .co.ug, But ultimately, they have Gmails. Because to access anything now, they need a Gmail. So, but once they realize that this thing is quote-unquote compulsory, they onboard rather quickly. So you may want to understand that. But the question then is, this change, how do you react to it as members of the society? Of course, physical operations create a culture that you might miss. Work wives, work husbands, friends, office gossip and stuff. Does it go away? I actually asked the HR person to sort of reflect on this because we've learned lessons through COVID. How were workplaces able to maintain a workplace culture while working remote? That information was scarce by the end of 2020. It was immensely available by the end of 2022. And therefore, there's a lot out there right now. There are do's and don'ts, threats and opportunities. And I would expect the HR department with them as the heads as well to brief the heads of risk involved in terms of compliance and adaptation. There are a few hacks. I was eager to see if some would be presented, but I think I had some of those hacks from the Rule of Law Department, for instance, who, to be true, they have been working remotely with me. I am working remotely with them, and there's been no break in communication. There's no break in efficiency. To the contrary, there's been much more efficiency than probably if it was physical. So the Rule of Law Department has a lot to offer in terms of, gain of function for everybody. They can spread this disease much better to everybody. It's a positive disease net-wise. It doesn't look like that now, but it's definitely a positive disease. So I'll go to the question, resistance to change from within you internally. How do we deal with that? First, you sink in it, you accept it, but you just understand it's not natural human behavior. The thing, though, you must ask is, what is positive in this for me? What is positive in this for the collective, the staff? What is positive in this for the management? What is positive in this for the society? And what is positive in this for the country? If you go looking for positivity, you'll find it, definitely. It will be harder, though. It's easier to find negativity if you set upon that course. But positivity is also available to be found. I can say a few things, for instance, quality of life. You have a better quality of life. You're home, you have a home office. Okay, you may not have a home office. Now you must have got a home office, you must have a home culture. Some people may fall into depression. Yeah, we have to think about that. And like I said, HR has to come in with those hacks. And I discussed with her that, well, you probably didn't have a parade physically, but actually online, you may need a parade every morning. A small 10-minute parade of who is alive, how are you? All right, everybody back to work. Like, that's it. So, because if you don't do the parade, then people can just fall out of routines, because routines were what guaranteed work culture before. But parades are then nice. People can sing, can pray. It's not really work, it's just a check-in thing. A few head of departments can have, messages to pass around. And then the Ken team would design for us what the convener for TechFest has been saying, closed rooms. How do you do a room? So it's not as simple as just going back home, but you can do a room and you be in your room. It's your department. You can still enjoy the department thing, the work wife thing, the work husband thing, if that's your thing. But it can be digital. It doesn't have to disappear. All right. Yep. So I didn't hear that. Maybe because it's early days, but I didn't hear I didn't hear the positivity too much. I had some of it, I guess. I could see it on Doreen's face, I guess. Well, she seemed relieved from the whole thing. Whew. I mean, every time I call her, she's, I'm traveling. I look at that time of travel lost. Coming home, how many hours you cutting off? That's much better quality of life. There's a time I call I'm picking up kids. I have to pick up kids. No, that's you can go and pick up your kids at 3. You can play soccer with them. those are beautiful things. And I remember when we came in, day one, the HR said, well, this place needs, if you can do for me, quality of life. So we are delivering it actually. Some of you may forget. It's not really that the spark was Sunday night. No. In management, you log factors for decision making. And cost and time force, the confluence. When do you actually move the decision? But the raison d'etre, the reasons for acting have always been there from day one. When we came in, this place is, that was HR's view. So this is it. So that means actually, I guess we shall hear from her how she feels about this. A lot will come into that way. Digitally, Brother Ken, since this again has a security motivation, we need secure comms. And that means people have to shift from WhatsApp to Signal and then to Telegram. Okay? And then you need a room. Now that you are digital, I want to see that all the heads of department and the CEO and the VP and I are in some Telegram group, perhaps before the end of this week. Okay, because that's the essence really, to ensure that there's seamlessness. We are managing the event. We don't have to be in the event and then we start managing the event. So Ken and HODs, I need you to think of the event and then, scenario build, play out the event, the first hour of the event, the second hour of the event, the third hour of the event, the fourth hour of the event, the 24th hour, 48 hours after the event, 72 hours after the event. Building on that, I would like them to say that the executive order opens with council guidance notes, which you must not take lightly. At the beginning of the year, we predicted martial law. Now, the thing about martial law is that it comes like a COVID. They declare it, what does the Constitution say? 90 days? Let me just go there. State of emergency, that's what they call it. Do you know that? No. Do you know the provision for state of emergency?
No, Mr. President.
Do you have your Constitution near you? Section 110. 110. It's a perfect number. It was picked for that. So this is the event as the national bar. It has nothing to do with individually and something, It's not a misfortune that you work here. It's the fact that you work here, you expected to have thumbed the whole Constitution and prepared your entire SOPs for each event. So we are drilling ourselves for this event. Let's not forget that. If we forget that, then we're not working here. We are visiting here. And I guess when I came in here, I think that's what we found. Like, I don't know if we are working for the bar. Like, are you really working for the bar or you're just visiting the bar? Are you just permitted to stay at the bar office? Drew, am I clear?
Yes, you are, Mr. President.
Oh, you're looking for your 110?
Yes, I have it here with me.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can. Have you gotten it?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I think you should read it into the record. I can pause for now.
Much obliged. Article 110, state of emergency. The president may, in consultation with the cabinet, by proclamation, declare that a state of emergency exists in Uganda or any part of Uganda if the president is satisfied that circumstances exist in Uganda or in that part of Uganda. A, in which Uganda or that part of it is threatened by war or external aggression. B, in which the security or the economic life of the country or that part is threatened by internal insurgency or natural disaster. Or C, which render necessary the taking of measures which are required for securing the public safety, the defense of Uganda, and the maintenance of public order and supplies and services essential to the life of the community.
You can read C much better. You can read C again, because that's the most likely limb for a very self-serving and cynical declaration.
Most obliged. Which render necessary the taking of measures which are required for securing the public safety, the defense of Uganda, and the maintenance of public order and supplies and services essential to the life of the community.
You can first pause there. So, in COVID, the government implemented state of emergency-like measures. They were really aggressive and extreme. And the national bar leadership didn't even put up a resistance against any of them, including the declaration of the legal profession as non-essential. So in terms of the government's response to just a pandemic, there is the first document the government issued was the bar is banned. Are you getting me, Jurua?
Yes, I am, Mr. President.
Yeah, so anybody who has this notion that Isaac and his council are creating this, they have no precedent for it. The precedent exists. All right? On the 30th? The 30th of March, 2020. Or was it 28th? No? That was the first national address. Then they tell you have 2 days to reach your homes. And then you're locked in, lockdown. And during lockdown, these are the lockdown regulations. There shall be a schedule of essential services, and you're not among them. And they say this can go on, and then they say, okay, we are easing up. We shall allow only 30 lawyers out of their homes. And the bar office can send us that list. You remember, Jurua, you're very much. Had you joined the bar then?
No. Yes.
Yeah. Had you started working for the bar then?
Not yet. Not by that time.
But do you remember, do you have this history?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So this is what happened. And it took an individual lawyer, the law firm of Wameli, I think the applicant was Jeffrey Triamsim, to challenge the exclusion of the legal profession from essential service providers during a time of much strife between public order and human rights. You can't be making special operations against the people's liberty. And then you're saying that their defenders are in chains. You keep your courts open, but the lawyers, no lawyers. But the government can bring a magistrate. They can,
Mr. President, for me, that was the first time I went to jail.
There you go.
In
there
2020.
You go. Yeah. So Juba, you can read the next part. I was Juba taking a break. Adam, do you have your 110? Juba, are you back?
Yes, I am, sir.
No. Sabbatical 2?
Sabbatical 2. Subject to the provisions of this article, a state of emergency declared under Clause 1 of this article shall remain in existence for not more than 90 days and shall then expire.
That's the trick I was telling you. So they will tell you it's for a limited period of time. And then they'll keep pushing that. The last president that declared a state of emergency was Dr. Apollo Obote, twice. In 1966, after 1964, actually, the idea is discussed in cabinet and he is told not to bother. But political problems become too many for him. He says, can't I declare an emergency in a limited area? So he starts in limited areas. Buganga easy, the lost counties, let's just let's declare there. Let's declare there. By 66, he declares it all over Uganda. Did he lift it, Juro? Did he get to lift it?
No.
What's your knowledge of constitutional history? He didn't get to lift it. In fact, among the 18 reasons for the overthrow of Amin, of Obote, as read by the 71 junta, was indefinite state of emergency over Uganda. Are you hearing?
Yes, I am. We are.
Now, he didn't hate Uganda. Don't get me wrong. Obote didn't hate Uganda. But the thing is, once you go this route, it is difficult to pull back. You just remember, you use COVID. Was it easy for the government to pull back?
Never.
From COVID regulations?
Never.
Why do you think it wasn't easy for them to pull back? Just guess one reason. I mean, you lived in it. It was lucrative for the few in power. Extremely lucrative. Isn't that the time you stayed outside of town, I think. The whole of Nigeria, Chira became, what is it called? Apartments.
Yeah, it was swamped with apartments and guys because hardwares were the only ones allowed to operate.
There you go.
Amongst a few other businesses.
So you tell those people to pull back from state of emergency?
Nothing, no.
Judges who don't like to work, and now you think they want to come back to work while they're earning salary?
No, they don't.
You get it?
Yeah.
So you can continue. We'll discuss.
Sabbatical 3, the president shall cause the proclamation declaring the state of emergency to be laid before parliament for approval as soon as practicable, and in any case not later than 14 days after it was issued.
Yeah, so can you understand what he's saying? Well, he must lay it before parliament within 14 days. As soon as practicable, but not later than 14 days. If he doesn't, it expires, because this rule is quite strict. But which court is there to hold him accountable? Go to number 4.
Number 4, a state of emergency may be extended by parliament for a period not exceeding 90 days at a time.
So that's what happened in 66. Every 90 days, and we can be in Sudan. Our brothers in Southern Sudan are under state of
emergency. For the longest period we can remember.
There you go, brother. There you go. It was supposed to be small time. Like a small time.
Yeah.
A small time, 90 days. 90 days.
Same old thing, round.
Let's just extend, So, yeah. I could take you through the rest, but I guess for the purpose of public education, we can read 5. But the point I wanted to make is number 4. I want you to understand number 4.
Yes, please.
And what it means for us as the bar.
Most obliged.
But when the event happens, forget about returning to your house indefinitely.
Yeah.
Continue.
Sabbatical number 5, the president or parliament shall, if satisfied that the circumstances for the declaration of the state of emergency have ceased to exist, revoke the proclamation by which the state of emergency was declared.
And by then, some of the circumstances will be looking for bad leaders. You have already seen it happen.
Yes.
Yeah. So by the time they open it, you have no leadership. Oh, you actually have army leadership. There is a General Moses Wamala is the head of the bar.
What are you trying to say, man? During any period when a state of emergency declared under this article exists, the president shall submit to parliament at such intervals as parliament may prescribe regular reports on actions taken by or on behalf of the president for the purposes of the emergency.
But the thing about these things is that parliament rarely survives them. In countries of fecal democracy and fecal politicians like ours, it's just easier. Actually, I mean, did the best thing. He just got rid of parliament. Because it just becomes a drain. The whole idea of keeping parliamentarians. You're already hearing that we need to get rid of Senyon. Like, let's get a fictitious ceremonial law. All right? So we can really, understand that parliament is a kindergarten choir in terms of the real politics of the country. So, yeah, 7.
Article number 7, subject to the provisions of this constitution, Parliament shall enact such laws as may be necessary for enabling effective measures to be taken for dealing with any state of emergency that may be declared under this article.
And Parliament, has it done that for us? Laws that will provide checks and balances? Never. 30 years through. So everybody keeps imagining that it's exceptional. But can we make laws for the exceptional? We're not waiting for Parliament at ULS, all right? We are going to design our state of emergency protocol, and we have started. This is the first week, until we perfect it, right? And then we can return, because now we shall have the protocol. From the discussions I had today, well, it's a start, and I don't blame you. But it's a learning process, which we must pass. Lastly, 8.
Any resolution passed by Parliament for the purposes of Clause 4 or 5 of this article shall be supported by the votes of more than 1/2 of all the members of Parliament.
Would you imagine a member of Parliament failing? I mean,
Not
they can't
only-
even go back home. They are brought in a military, mamba. Each parliamentarian is given a lift by a mamba to come on board.
Yeah.
All right. It sounds comical, but you don't want to be laughing when the event has happened. All right? You don't want to, there's just no fun in it. Again, last year we celebrated the first memorial for our former president, Sam Kaleganjuma. I would like to challenge Afra to find for us passages that represent this, because the bar has been, Juba tells us that the bar has been in this moment. You made some readings. The bar has been in these processes before. In closing, I want to address myself largely to my friend, head legal aid, Sheila, and the CEO. What does this leave legal aid? Well, you have an exemption, but it's not open-ended. From Sheila's participation, she seems to think that, in fact, she used the word, for us, we are still operational, fully. No, it's not true, Sheila. There's a time bar. It may be that earlier managements never informed you that digital is going to be real for everybody. We can't digitize other law firms, and we haven't digitized ours. So at Legal Aid, start to digitize and also prepare for the event. Because when the event happens, we shall still need a functional legal aid department, but it will be in the cloud. All our files must be in the cloud by a date you are assigned as head of as HOD in partnership with Ken and the CEO. You must also game the legal aid project in the cloud for how many days, Jirua? At least what?
90.
At least 90 days.
Yes.
And another 90 days.
Plus another 90.
Plus another 90 days. Plus what we've learned from Southern Sudan and the DR Congo and everything. Life must move on. But that resilience is for those who are prepared. So legal aid, don't be the sick man of Europe, as they call it. Don't be the tax of ULS House. You know the tax are in a very tricky situation. Do you know the situation, embarrassing situation of tax in Europe?
No.
They are neither in Europe nor in Asia. Yes, they were once the rulers of both.
Wow.
How did that happen? Well, Turkey is the seat of Constantinople. Do you know Constantinople?
Yes,
Well, that is the mythical seat of Roman power. So the Ottomans, and before them, earlier Asians, really moved into Europe and toppled European civilization. Whatever it is, Europe wasn't so civilized. So they were able to take over it and create a new seat, away from Rome, like, you get it? And
yes,
so it's in time. They created a new seat of power, a new world order. How do you think Europeans felt about that? You think Europeans have forgiven Turkey? Or the Turks? Or the Turks are the descendants of the Ottomans. So, but they are cast either way. In Europe, they are unwanted. And in Asia, they are unwanted. So legal aid don't fall into the trap of being Constantinople. You may have the best funding in the world and everything. And as I told the CEO, this calls for a meeting with your donors. And tell them there's no embarrassment in being prepared. There's no embarrassment in having, those donors are taking political risk assessments on Uganda for their countries, for their, employers. That's what they're here for. So don't think that they don't have a political risk rating, a security risk rating. They do. That's why their contracts are 2 years. So they do, and they know the situation. You'll be surprised. In fact, you should level up. Level up. Legal aid, level up your calibration of continuity and sustainability. If you need help, we have the consultants for that. But you are not absolutely excluded from the implementation of Executive Order number 11. Those beautiful files, I think files are the most important thing. If you really care for the clients, those files should start. Miss Tulia Singra, you need to have, I've been to office, really. We didn't even have a heavy duty photocopier. Maybe now we just rent, we don't need to buy. We just rent, it's easier. We don't have to do this work ourselves. Let's just rent a team of digitizers and they upload us into the sky into the cloud as soon as possible. So that all your office, everybody, has no claim that there's any. So if these files are taken over and everything, I mean, look at Khartoum. Somebody said, who said that? Oh, in the spaces we were having with Adam, Professor Chidi told us about unraveling of countries and states. And it starts like this, okay? They don't go for an establishment as significant to the country's rule of law structures as the the monitor, the High Court, and you say, no, for me, I'm just a legal aid provider. I am shielded by such and such donors. I don't want to offend their sensibilities. No, cut the crap. Cut the crap. We are living at a time of reckoning. And if you can't reckon Article 110, you shouldn't have a job at the bar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for those words of wisdom and also for the closing remarks as you came to appreciate the reports that had been given by the heads of department, and for really doing them a surgery and getting your thoughts clearly shared to us, and also for the knowledge we have gotten from Article 110, juxtaposing it with history. I have personally learned a lot, and I'm going to do further reading to enrich myself and level up as you've requested us to do. We appreciate you, and we continue to pray.
There was a hand up by Adam throughout. Maybe before I leave.
Okay. Yes, Adam.
Ask. Adam, did you have a question for me or something? All right, Drew, I yield to you. Maybe if there are others, especially the HODs, this is the time to engage.
All right, Mr. President. Adam was in the chat room. He actually appreciated your daughter, saying she's a cute daughter.
She's not feeling well, but she's usually more bubbly and everything. But thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. President. Yeah, that's about it. I not gotten any questions from any individuals, and it's really information that has been passed. I'm imagining there must be food for thought items that you've given us differently as different departments. I have also received some action points from your presentation regarding our Department of Rule of Law. So you can be sure we shall easily reflect upon them, and on an individual basis, President to department.
Robert.
Yes.
Robert, I'm here.
Yes, Adam. The president had identified that your hand was up for some time. We're wondering if you have a question for him or a reflection.
Yes. Thank you so much, the president of Rotary. Mr. President, I just have a kind request. There are some members of department, Mr. President, who last saw you in flesh and blood in January when you left. Actually, that last RNBLIVE 3, I think RNBLIVE 2, which we had, and some of them were whispering to some of us that we could that the council can arrange a simple trip for us in a nearby country where they can find you, and they have a physical handshake, and they see this advice, they feel it
no,
physically.
Don't worry. I can tell you actually. I think we may meet in Mauritius, because this stuff is serious. Okay, this stuff is serious. Are you talking about HODs or staff?
Mr. President, if it can happen, the whole staff.
Well, I don't know about your treasury, but this stuff is so serious, because when you think through Executive Order number 10 and really read it article by article, you understand that we need to. I mean, we are rethinking the pipe work the plumbing that undergirds legal practice. And one of the things you find there is called evacuation, for instance. The whole idea that you people right now are going to be in charge of taking care of these members in ways you have not imagined. 15th, our response to 15th should not be prayers and thoughts for Elias Lukwago. That's not how a serious organization with serious leadership responds to an existential threat. That's not how it responds. It responds radically. Radically. You completely tear apart all the existing SOPs and say, we are going to rejig our SOPs to ensure that this never happens again. Or if it happens again, it will find us a fortress. So, in other words, we must pick a positive, a mega positive. For those of you who are, and many of you are Bible readers, you understand the parable of the mustard seed and things like that. In Rwanda, what is that memory of the genocide? What's the date? What's the language they call it? Yeah, but they say that we have embraced the genocide as Rwanda's story, but we shall tell only positive stories from it. And in fact, they have a law against negative storytelling around the genocide. And they have a national event to take the whole country through this ritual. That is restorative justice at mass scale. What is the restorative justice for us at mass scale from 15th? So yeah, if we can't evacuate ourselves, how can we guarantee that we can evacuate others in a time of need? So yes, I think it will be possible for us to do that. Council did, but 15th changes everything. I wanted Afra to really do this honors for me, because it's not the first time. I mean, the bar even has never had staff. So what Kariga writes about is literally a Rotary Club. Not to put it down. I mean, the Rotary is a fantastic force multiplier for charity in Uganda. But in terms of asset-based footprint, head count, foot traffic, it's nothing compared to what we have at ULS House. In other words, everybody in the Kariga writes that he finds himself with everybody is in exile. He's the only president, and he also has to go to exile. So this is something to think about as natural in the course of the bar and in the course of a nation. The nation is going to extensively and extremely increasingly rely on the bar in ways you have not prepared for. You need to build the mental, psychological, and operational rigor to match the expectations of your client, which is the whole of Uganda. Just to give you I mean, You had the magistrate read the ruling yesterday. And she was literally expecting to be picked up as well. Somebody probably had told her that's what will happen, and that person must have been a fellow judicial officer. Kwibuka. Yeah, Kwibuka. Thank you. Thank you, Priest Ronnie. Yes, Kwibuka. So there's a phrase for it that they threw us away. They didn't know we were, seeds that would grow. That's the message of Executive Order 11. So, I mean, we debated in council about calling it temporary and everything, but that's failing to understand the principle. The principle is that Ugandans must be guaranteed a bar that is democratically elected and fearless even through calamity. I told you from day one that if you hadn't really thought what it means to work for the bar, you may want to leave. There are other places to work for. You don't have to incur the tidal waves of the transition, and they find you at the bar. But this is a testament, all your fidelity. We have so much confidence in all of you. We are simply saying, remain operational. Look at how beautiful the monitor is responding. They are applying, they are saying this is a perfect time. They are seeing increase in their e-paper. As a matter of fact, they've been running a physical paper already out of legacy, but it's used by date, it's gone. So they are actually happy. They won't say it, but they're happy. They're happy. They're happy to do this. After all, government is working for them without them spending. That's compensable loss for investment, tied up in all sorts of international agreements and treaties. They cancel the government, any country of the world, they will be repaid. It's the citizen of Uganda that is at loss. So, yeah, Adam, I'm sorry for having spoken a lot, but I just wanted to give a glimpse that all hope should not be lost for them. If the management understands and the management understands this policy, it should be able to find the resources to move them to Mauritius for training and other things that we can't speak online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your continued guidance. As I was listening in and absorbing these thresholds of constitutional safeguards surrounding a state of emergency, I couldn't help but imagine that with the demands of the Secretariat, as you have ably described, and how much work we have to do, we might be implementing our own at this rate. But thankfully, under your leadership, not necessarily.
I want you to complete the point. I want to develop the thought.
From what you've broken, from what you've broken down, and in light of the events that have been happening of late, and judging from your discussion, I can only help to imagine that we are having one of our own that needs to be symbiotically brought to the core, to the fore, to the mention of the members, so that they can understand what exactly you mean. Those are some of the feelings that are coming through me.
Or you can aid me. You have a much sharper memory than I have now. You have a name in mind?
A memory?
You have a name in mind or something?
Of what? No, I'm just imagining that we are going through the same state of emergency that you are trying to bring forth to us.
As a matter of fact, yes. When you read our guidance note of 5th February, practicing Rwanda military rule, there is a line there that the government has imposed on Ugandans state of emergency-like measures without declaring state of emergency. Because once you declare state of emergency, you trigger safeguards. I like the word you used. You trigger constitutional safeguards. Do you know where they are found? You see, Parliament won't make law. In state of emergency, there can even be no Parliament. So Parliament wrote the safeguards in Article 48, Article 46, and 47, and 48, and 49. So they are there actually. You can go there now. Yeah, but the point is that the government has been avoiding to declare because then it kicks in. A perfect example for Cain and Adam. You guys, I had your presentation, and in fact, thanks for this question. Your presentations, for the time being, and it's acceptable. They are based on hope. Yet the point is you're supposed to use hopelessness as the baseline, and you create existence and resilience and continuity for them, but against hopelessness. So you guys have your plans or your presentations, they are based on vibes, you know. But why do I say this? Someone online, maybe Afra, get for me section, I kid you not, it's called 110 of the Uganda 89 of the Uganda Communications Act. Yeah, it mentions 110. It should. It's section 89 of the Uganda Communications Act. Are you aware of it? Read it. It's important for Cain and Adam. Adam, are you still with us? Is Cain still with us?
Samia.
And Mr. Nsiko? Mr. Convener, you have 110. You have the Act, Uganda Communication Act.
Not yet, sir. I'm trying to get it.
It turns out that this is actually the most important part. I could have, even myself, in my short notes, I'd even forgotten about it. I was almost sold onto hope by your presentations. Afra, how are you? I see Miss Afra.
The President, how are you?
Great, great, great.
Mr. President, could I seek guidance? I'm seeing section 96 and thereafter we have schedules.
Go to 89, perhaps.
Okay. Pension fund and retired and redundant employees. Sorry.
Okay, maybe 90. This is something called the state of emergency, I guess, in the Communications Act. I should do the same, I guess, to help.
90, President.
90?
Yes, yes.
You know, now there was a change. Afra, you got it?
Not yet.
Okay, I will get it for you.
86? Okay, sorry.
86?
There's powers of the commission in a state of emergency.
There you go. That's the name of it. Right?
Powers of the commission in a state of emergency.
Please read them for us, and then we laugh.
Subsection 1. The commission may, during a state of emergency in the interest of public safety, A, Direct any operator to operate a network in a specified manner in order to alleviate the state of emergency. B.
That's called throttling. One of the examples is called throttling. Adam, what is throttling? Is Adam still with us? Adam, are you here?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm here.
And Ken, these conversations are very important for Ken. Ken gave us confidence on Sunday and then became skeptical on Tuesday. Ken, you're living under martial law. You know, get used to it.
First you can, man.
Yeah. Adam, what is throttling in communications?
Mr. President, I don't know.
They don't switch off your internet. They bring it at snail pace. And it takes 1 hour to send a message. All right?
Yeah.
They throttle the speed. They strangle the speed. And the companies won't tell you. They will say, no, it's you. And then they throttle at different areas. They don't throttle the core country. They give you different speeds. That's what they are saying. If companies did it without UCC approval, it violates the law. But UCC can give them the go-ahead. You know, are we together?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, so in your presentations, we didn't prepare for throttling. Yet we're working remotely. So how do we manage throttling? How do we manage this? You know, how do we bypass UCC measures?
Okay.
Continue, brother convener.
Subsection. No, sorry.
I just gave one of the examples. I'm sure people like Mr. Galandi here and Ken know many many tips and tricks. After all, they hire people like them to do these sort of things. Just like they hire lawyers to write all the weaponization. Yes.
Take temporary possession of any communication station within Uganda and any
Now, let me
apparatus.
ask you, did UCC authorize the siege on Monitor?
No, they were behind news.
Have you seen the ED's statement?
Yeah.
Did you see him on video? I saw him on video.
Yeah, I saw him.
Was he in his office?
I saw him.
No.
I saw him. He also surprised, sort of.
Yes. And was he speaking from office? Or was he on Zoom like us? Because I saw him and he was on Zoom. And I was like, okay, why isn't he speaking this statement from Bugorovi? You may think it's just showish tactical, but no. No, they have already taken over UCC. Continue.
The statement read, the take temporary possession of any communication station within Uganda and any apparatus which may be installed and used in the station for a specified period not exceeding 6 months. C, in writing, direct a licensed person to intercept or detain a postal article, class or description of postal articles in the course of transmission within Uganda and deliver it to an officer specified in the order.
Continue.
2, the officer to whom the article is delivered under subsection 1C shall dispose of the article in the manner specified by the Commission. And 3, a proclamation by the President under Article 110 of the Constitution is conclusive proof of the existence of a state of emergency.
That's what I wanted you to read.
Wow.
So section 86 telling you we need a proclamation. We need a proclamation. Now, did we have the proclamation before we had an internet shutdown?
No.
So that's what we talk about in our practice note of 5th February 2025, the speech for opening of the new lawyer. Now you can understand why they ban us from speaking at the new lawyer.
Yeah, clearly.
Because we would explain this material quite well for people. It's not business of going to the judiciary to eat donuts, bananas and nuts and sip teas and shit. But that's it. So all this remoteness is good, but there's section 86 as well. As well, we must now factor in. I don't know, is Ken on the call or he's gone? Mr. Jirua?
Yeah, Mr. President, he's not here.
About his assistants?
Sam is not here either.
This is very dangerous. It's very dangerous. And for me, it's one of the risks I noticed and I've been thinking about. Because when the event happens, I don't want to be looking for Ken. I don't want to be looking for anybody. If you are not online, you're not with us, you are with them. That's how it works. So Adam, to answer your question again, unwritten within Executive Order 11 is we may have to evacuate the management unit, the essential services, and we transport it to Nairobi or Mauritius and run the bar like that. Do you understand? Because there'll be no internet in Uganda. Adam, are you getting your answer?
I'm getting, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we stop here. You can do the rest in your chat rooms. Drew, unless you have more questions for me, I should go and play NAS. Thank you, Ronnie. Prince Ronnie Mukombe. Is this one of our staff?
No, Mr. Ronnie works with the Ministry of Energy. He was a participant in the recent climate litigation CLE training that was conducted by the Uganda Law Society, for which we had a residential training in Gayaza, along Gayaza Road. And
I think the guy is a fan of RNBLIVE.
Yeah, he is. He actually said he has been following for a minute.
Amazing.
And he has taken interest in purchasing the betrayal by some Kenjuba senior
Betrayal
counsel.
is a compulsory reading for the transition. I'm going to design a staff quiz. Maybe that's what we get people to understand how to be ready for a fearless bar. Adam, generate a quiz. It's a good morning starter. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Ronnie, for finding value in our madness.
Mr. President, maybe for you to know, we have also been joined by the charter president of the Rotary Club of Chadondo Rugby, who is my predecessor, Mr. Rotarian Kevin Nyeko Okori, who is on this call. He works with the Ministry of Water. He is an IT expert.
Wow.
Mr. Kevin,
wow.
You're very welcome.
Wow. Nice to meet you, Kevin. And thank you for succeeding in the Rotary mission of finding a successor. It's the most difficult part of being a president. I used to be president of Interact. I know the things. I know the thing. I know my four-way test. And I think I've lived it. You can attest.
Yes, I'm sure.
But Mr. President, the students of Interact in high school, they used to have bad manners. Is it true?
Well, it is just you poor students who used to say that about us, the rich kids. The president explained to you bad manners during the State of the Nation address. When someone doesn't fight corruption, you call it bad manners. When someone does too much, you call it bad manners. So bad manners is quite relative. I would submit.
Mr. President, there's a question here from one Brian who asks, at what point does the government's response to a crisis cease to be a legitimate state of emergency and become an erosion of constitutional democracy?
Well, I think it's the question is best answered by what our guest on Tuesday, Belinda Chinowawa, the advocate from Zimbabwe, gave. I would encourage the asker of that question to go to, Adam, did you retweet? I think we may have. Who was the host for Chinowawa? It was Judicial Sound Experience, Lexara.
Judicial Sound Experience, Lexara.
Lexara, at Lexara Africa, they have I think it was just 1 or 2 links. Really, it's the main link. The first one was short. Yeah. She said, because we thanked them in Zimbabwe, and I'm citing her because Zimbabwe is the best example. You know, when you're living in
Your phone.
When you're living through a situation, you may not see it, but you may perceive it better when it's outside. We can perceive South Sudan very well and Zimbabwe. So when we complimented her and the Zimbabwe bar for resilience and everything, she said, well, maybe that's the sad thing about us Zimbabweans. We show strength when we should accept to be weak, and then we are weak when we should be strong. And so she didn't know really how to take, she didn't really know how to take the compliment. It was a very difficult, it evoked in her a very difficult response. Why so? Because the answer to your question is that at the point citizens lose faith, in nationhood. It goes back to what I said before. Ourselves here, we are trying to answer that question as HODs, as management for the bar. At what point will some of you believe that the event might be 5 p.m. tonight? Okay, that is in 2.5 hours, Jirua. Do you want to be caught at ULS house in 2.5 hours and they're telling you, don't leave? You heard what this, you heard the monitor, NTV scenarios. That those who are left caught in said, don't leave, no one leaves, no one enters. So the question really is that, I think that's the answer. At what point do citizens lose faith in nationhood? And then the country unravels so that even the mute, the blind, the deaf, and all manner of skeptics have unanimity of concern. So Madam Chinowawa was telling us that from her perspective as the director of the Zimbabwe Lawyer for Human Rights, she operates daily on a doomsday scenario. But the rest of the Zimbabweans, they are clubbing, they are happy, life is going on, and so on and so forth. And it may be us outside Zimbabwe that exaggerate that we are the ones bombarded with this news. All those, in Uganda as well, we have this 600 lakes and how many seasons of rain joke that is popular online. that those who are in tourism don't want to even contemplate the threat or the pseudo threat or the early warning signals, because they must believe their whole business livelihood is tied on a peaceful dream of Uganda as gifted by nature. Come and visit. And for that, they really need all the PR that they can get. But when the government, your own government, constantly generates the worst PR after you have invested, you honestly run mad. I do understand. We are in the same situation as lawyers. You invest so much in studying the law, making yourself ready to provide fearless, competent, credible advocacy. And you find that the rest of the ecosystem has moved on. They have made peace with corruption, elitism, cliquism, cabals, and you must make the choice. No one studied to sort of, to be a table banging lawyer. Those were not our dreams and aspirations, right? We all wanted to represent the ordinary client seeking the ordinary things. I hope I've helped the colleague understand.
Brian has understood. He's given me a thumbs up. The last question, Mr. President, is whether Executive Order 11 can be viewed as setting a precedent for executive overreach, or is it a lawful exercise of emergency powers? What factors determine the difference?
Well, it depends on where you stand, which side of the fence. Yeah, it depends on which side of the fence you stand. I'm certain those who are inside, U.S. House, you're seeing that this is just, or this is, ordinary process of management. There is that side of management. There is that compulsory KPI for business continuity, especially for us at our level. This is not the KPI everybody shares. It's peculiarly mine, for instance. It's peculiarly mine. So yes, it's the use of executive authority, yes. Yeah. And everybody can have whatever opinion they want to have about it. Yeah, but we are here now. We at least you can take heart in the fact that if you want to debate it, you have to start from the first line in it. We told you on February 5th to prepare for martial law, and on 15th of June, it was as clear. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Mr. President.
It was as clear and transparent what the new conditions of practice, and they were being read out on tweets, which we have placed in ULS House so that people can understand. Adam, what's that famous tweet about the inviolability of a legal profession? A legal profession that stands in the way of the 1986 revolution will be shown dust. And you want us to sit there and say the threat is still the conditions of practice are still like yesterday? Jura, is that so?
Yes, it is.
But in biblical terms and in Quranic terms and in cultural terms, I could seek authority Let me start with culture. In Uganda, bagamba, akanafa tekawulira kagombe. You are familiar with that phrase, Juro?
No, Mr. President, I'm not. Sorry.
Adam, head of comms.
Is he supposed to?
Head of comms. Come to the aid of the convener. Adam, he's supposed to be a know-it-all. Well, that loosely translated could mean that the one who will die won't pick the signal.
Ah. Yeah.
In other words, we should, as long as we live, we should be able to distinguish signal from noise.
I get it.
Just because we have ears, it shouldn't mean that we should only hear the noise. We should be able to listen carefully through the noise and pick the signal, take the cue. In Quranic terms, they say that even on the final day, the angels will come to earth and show the path, but sinners will take the opposite path. They will not see angels. Angels will be invisible to them. You know, so they won't see that we have been joined by alien species. So when you see the military taking up law enforcement, struggling to even take judicial power, what other signal are you waiting for? Akanafa tekawulira kagombe. Well, in biblical terms, I think that's the message of what's that final chapter in the New Testament?
Revelation.
There you go. I leave it for the Scripture Union and Legion of Mary to explain what is said there.
Most obliged, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Words cannot sufficiently appreciate what you have done for us, especially towards the end. And as we come to the close of today's session, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to you, first and foremost, for your leadership, guidance, and wisdom sharing, but also very importantly, generously to the speakers that we had before you, especially Waf, as he asked us to call him. You have already said your thank you to him, but we want to say it again for purposes of record, and also all the HODs that spoke to us and gave us a breakdown of what is transpiring in the meantime, and very importantly, our inaugural chairperson, TechFest, who of course is also still here with us. We are very, very honored to have had you speak to us, and want to continue to appreciate what you're doing and look forward to Banga in as far as the TechFest 2026.
Nora, is Sheila with us? Sheila Singura. Is there work to find out? Or the CEO?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, you send this message for them. There's a lot of interest and eyes of the world on Uganda in terms of the law society and the legal practice.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the common theme is how can they help? So our HODs need to sit starting tomorrow to answer that question. How can the world come to the help of the Uganda Bar? For us as council, we have done our part. We have been very clear to the world in all our documents. And that's what they are saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. Had we not been consistent in communicating to the world about the situation, they wouldn't know. You see, the rest of the world, everybody is insular, doing their things. They also have their difficulties and their politics. I think I told you about how the American Bar Association invited me, and I was like, why? Why me? And they're like, oh man, Trump is a dictator, so we want the president of the Rossad, who is familiar with dictators, to be within our, to be within our chat rooms. Like,
is that for real?
Really, that's it. Like, straight up.
Wow. Yeah, that speaks a lot. Speaks a lot into the
that's how Americans
outreach.
think. So you tell us, like, how do you... But that's it. I wanted them to know that they shouldn't take it personally. This is a matter for leadership. We all have to step up and level up. Yeah? Okay, Jirua, I will stop here. We've detained you for long. You need a health break yourself. I say bye now. Thank you.
Most obliged, Mr. President. Once again, we want to thank you. Most obliged, Mr. President. Thank you once again. And finally, we'd just like to thank the audience that has joined us online from wherever you are. Your presence has also reminded us that conversations on justice and these issues of rule of law transcend physical spaces, and we really appreciate your engagement, the questions and the comments that you have sent us. And as we leave today, may we simply take home one very important thing, especially what WAF left us with, to say it is us to fight for our spaces and no one else is going to fight for us. And maybe what Mr. President has said, to distinguish signal from noise. We need to be wise and learn how to distinguish signal from noise, and therefore make it easy to do our work, especially regarding EO 11. That for me is exactly what I would use to take home, and I would like to appreciate everybody that has participated in this thing, this space, and especially the organizers, Ken, Adam, the Rule of Law Department, Members Affairs across the Secretariat. From me, myself, and the Rule of Law Department, I would like to say thank you, and we hereby adjourn this session to the next Thursday, same time. Thank you so much, and God bless you.